Good morning. I will go ahead and start with asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am, thank you.
Wonderful. Then I will start with introductions. Uh, Good morning. It is March 5th, and I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water rate permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording is also available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We have Ms. Mullen today, who will be handling screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. If you are a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your presentation, and attorneys or cross-examiners may ask Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit. We will take breaks today, as is our usual custom. We will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. With that, to get us started, I do not have any procedural items. Just to summarize where I understand we are picking up this morning with the panel of witnesses where we left off on Monday, but we do not have Mr. Volk this morning until at least 11 o'clock. So I believe where we are is that Ms. Tabor would pick up with cross-examination questions for Ms. Buchholz, and then we would turn to Mr. Brodsky, and depending on the timing, Mr. Brodsky can maybe start with Ms. Wolf and then move to Mr. Volk. We shall see. And then I will look to the room to see if there are others who have questions for these witnesses before we excuse them. And although this may be rather optimistic, I will say that we are not planning to get to the state water contractors' witnesses until at least after lunch. I made that commitment as well. So that's my understanding of where we are. And you can correct me if I have misstated any of these things. Oh, and I said Ms. Tabor because that's what I wrote down. It's Ms. Moskal. But if we could please elevate Ms. Moskal. Good morning, Ms. Moskal.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I actually have been coordinating with the other protestants, and we are getting a little concerned that we might not have time to cross-examine Mr. Goshi this afternoon if we proceed as we have discussed. I know now that Mr. Moore will have some questions for Mr. Murdoch today, as well as my questions for Ms. Buchholz and Mr. Brodsky's cross-examination. We were curious to hear if DWR would be able to make either Mr. Murdoch or Ms. Buchholz available tomorrow, so that either Mr. Moore or myself could proceed with our cross-examination tomorrow and ensure that we do reach cross-examination of Mr. Goshi by this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for that coordination and that suggestion. I will turn to Ms. Carroll. If we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Ann Carroll for DWR. Unfortunately, Mr. Murdoch and Ms. Buchholz are both unavailable tomorrow.
Okay, well, we will proceed as we previously discussed.
Yes, and if necessary, we will bring them back later in March.
And also, I just have been informed that Mr. Murdoch actually has a flight he needs to leave for at 3:30 today. So my understanding was we were starting with Ms. Buchholz, and then Mr. Brodsky had questions for Mr. Volk and Ms. Buchholz and Ms. Wolf. And then it sounds like Mr. Moore has questions for Mr. Murdoch.
That's correct.
Okay. So maybe if we could, if if you finish early, Ms. Moskal, we could go to Mr. Murdoch so that he can make sure he makes his flight this afternoon.
I am not sure whether that would work for Mr. Moore. I don't
Okay.
know if he's on the call right now, but hopefully he'll be able to chime in by the time I'm done with my cross-examination.
Let's play it. We will. Oh, there's Mr. Moore. Let's please elevate Mr. Moore, and we can get possibly an indication. Otherwise, we can also see how this plays out. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. And now I can see you.
Okay. Regarding the scheduling for this morning, unfortunately, I also have a conflict early in the day today. So when we were coordinating, I was anticipating going after Mr. Brodsky. I can try to be brief. I don't expect to have more than half an hour of questions, and it may be less than that.
All right, let's see how thank you, Mr. Moore. Let's see how this plays out. I'm aware of the many moving parts. I remain eternally optimistic that we can get it in. Of course, the backup here is that we do have the 3 dates in March. I know those are busy and there are a lot of questions for that panel, but we do have those held. So if necessary, we can look to that, but let's see, this may all work itself out. With that.
May I inquire about one other thing?
Yes.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Mr. Goshi had indicated that he's not available later, so he would need to go today.
Correct. He's not available on tomorrow.
Okay. I guess we should just see how it proceeds with the other testimony. You had just mentioned there may be a possibility of Mr. Murdoch coming back another day. So if it looks like we're going to be short of time to include Mr. Goshi today, perhaps we can consider that. But I guess we'll just see how it goes.
That's another option. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I see Mr. Brodsky's hand. If we can please elevate Mr. Brodsky. Good morning, Mr. Brodsky.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. So I just wanted to give an update on my time estimates. I had set an hour and 15 minutes for Miss Wolf, and I think it'll take that. But for Mr. Volk / Miss Buckholz, I think I can get that done in 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And then do we know how I'll be going after Miss Moskal? Do we have any estimate of how long she'll be on?
I would guess an hour.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We have a lot to do today. We will check in after, I think after we get through Ms. Moskal and Mr. Brodsky, we can have, or at least partway through Mr. Brodsky, we can work on a time check at that point. Good morning, Ms. Morris. You're welcome to come on camera.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources. I was just wondering, I know we're kind of getting to the end of this, but we ended early on Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember what day
Monday.
it was.
I think it was Monday.
At that point, Mr. Moore hadn't even indicated that he had questions. So it might be worthwhile just making sure before we start a panel who all has questions, so that I did enjoy ending early, but it might have helped us with some of the timing issues today. So if maybe we could just do that before the modeling panel to make sure that we have estimates for everyone, so that we know how to structure our days, especially if there's going to be leftover from this week that did not get finished. I would appreciate that.
Indeed. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I think that's a good idea. Mr. Sanlubert-BA, if we can please elevate Mr. Sanlubert-BA. Good morning.
Good morning, Officer Kinsey. Good morning, everyone. I'm Justin St. Lubert, BA, for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. I just wanted to quickly ask, to the extent that DWR knows, whether a plan to have redirect for Ms. Wolf, and obviously I understand that will probably be a function of Mr. Brodsky's cross-examination as well. But just, yeah, at this point, I was wondering if maybe we could get an indication of what the plan was.
I wish I could tell you, but I really won't be able to know until we hear from the other protestants.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you all. Are there other issues we should address before we start in on our busy day? And I will look, I know we like to elevate Mr. Krieger, so in the meantime, let's please elevate Mr. Krieger and you can think about if there's anything else. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning. Then let's go ahead and elevate our panelists that we have, who we have with us today. So we have Ms. Wolf, Ms. Buchholz, and I don't know if we have Mr. Murdoch. I'm not sure we need Mr. Murdoch, but
We do, if we could, please elevate him.
oh, there he is. I see him on my list now. Yes, if we can please elevate Mr. Murdoch. And you are all welcome to come on camera. And we can test your microphones. Good morning, Ms. Buchholz.
Good morning.
Good morning. I hear your audio. And good morning, Mr. Murdoch.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I think we're just looking for Ms. Wolf. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning.
Good morning, and we can hear you quite well. So with that, I know we have Ms. Carroll, we have Ms. Morris, and we have Ms. Moskal. So I will turn things over to you to continue your questioning.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Buchholz. Do we have Ms. Mullen today?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up Ms. Buchholz's revised rebuttal testimony, DWR 37R. Thank you. And if we could scroll down to line 23 on this page. Thank you. So, yeah, and go a little bit further so that we can see the first few lines. Thank you. Ms. Buchholz, here you state that exhibit DWR 24 shows all the haul roads that will be used for construction, including specific starting and ending points, correct?
I do.
Great. So now that we have that context, Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up DWR 24. Thank you. So this is table A15 of the concept engineering report submitted as DWR 24. Just to clarify, the access roads that are listed in this table are the local roads that would provide direct access to the project's work sites in the Delta, correct?
They are, and they're specifically the ones that have any major construction changes. So we would also have local roads that might extend from Interstate 5 over to these access roads, and just would have overlays on them, but they didn't have any major widening of processes. And those were in the other portions of the engineering project report, as I described in my testimony.
Thank you. So just to orient ourselves on this table, the third column from the left is labeled starting location.
Mm-hmm.
Is it correct that the starting location was determined based on where the trucks hauling the equipment and materials to the project work site would first enter the local road on the way to the project site?
For this line, could we pick a line?
Sure.
Each
Let's
one's
just
slightly
do
different.
line 1, access to Intake Hall Road along Lambert Road. So it shows a starting location on the concrete batch plant driveway. How
Right.
is that determined?
So this was looking at the road from going from Franklin Boulevard, but we went from the driveway of starting land point to over to Lambert Road to get from Franklin Road over to the concrete batch plant. Mhm.
So it's based on where the trucks would first enter the local road.
This table was set up primarily so that we could, in the engineering project report, so that we could start looking at how much construction we needed throughout the project. And in this case, to get us from concrete batch plant over to Intake Hall Road, the two rows go together. So
Got
we
it.
wanted to look and see how much did we need. Those are fairly, it's a fair amount of vehicle traffic. So we wanted to check the road conditions in this one area for that purpose.
Okay. Do you know whether there is a map or graphic in the final EIR for the DCP that shows where trucks or other project-related vehicles would enter or exit these local roads?
There was not.
All right, so back to the table. In the far right-hand column, it states when asphalt overlays for each of the listed road segments would be completed, correct?
True.
And if we look in that column, it looks like the asphalt overlays are designated as occurring either mid-construction, pre-construction, end construction, or not at all. Is that correct?
That is true for this table. In the text, though, we've addressed that they would all have asphalt overlays prior to construction.
Okay. How is mid-construction defined for the purposes of this table?
In this table, again, it was just, if you look at the text, and I'd have to pull up the text, but in the text itself, we talk about that the condition of the roadways will be constantly reviewed during construction, and if necessary, will be either overlays, repairs, whatever would occur all throughout construction.
How would you define end of construction temporally for these purposes?
So in this case, for the example of this roadway, it would be the end of construction because this is associated with accessing Intake Hall Road. So it would be when all of the construction was completed at the intakes.
Do you expect that there would be any road maintenance requirements before these overlay timelines?
Can you restate that in a little different way? Because I could interpret it several ways.
Sure. So this table contemplates overlays occurring either pre, mid, or at the end of construction. I'm curious whether before those timelines, there might be road maintenance requirements.
As it's stated in the engineering project report, yes, there will be pre-construction. There will be geotechnical borings along the roads to determine the condition of both the asphalt and the bedding material. And we'll make a decision whether or not bedding material might have to be replaced in many areas, and then replaced with the pavement overlays on top of that. And that would also continue through the construction period and at the end of construction.
Who would be responsible for that replacement of bedding material that you just described?
We haven't at this point in time of the conceptual engineering how the construction contracts would be put to place, whether or not there'd be a separate contract for pavement maintenance, et cetera, or whether it would be part of the construction package for the intakes, for instance, on this project. Overall, the access, we would be looking at two things. One is that when we do the first project prior to construction, all of this would be reviewed, and we'd be working with, in this case, on this first row, Sacramento County Public Works. We also anticipate, because we are making changes to the road on this first two lines, we'd have an encroachment permit from Sacramento County. And in those cases, we would have all of the projects would be, the design would be submitted back to Sacramento County based on and use county standards. We'd also have the submittal that would be looking at the actual methodology would be conditioned in the geometric approval drawings. And throughout the project, the encroachment permits generally will require us to continue to work with the owners of the roads to maintain it and to make decisions on whether or not additional, for instance, changes to the bedding would have to be made prior to overlays.
Okay. A related question. Whoever ends up being determined to be responsible for the bedding replacement, would they also bear financial responsibility?
That would be part of the project cost, yes.
The project cost as borne by DWR?
As part of the Delta Conveyance project, yes.
Okay. Will DWR maintain or restore any local roads that are used by construction vehicles if they are not a specified access road for the project?
If they're not a specified access road to the project, then the construction vehicle should not be using them.
But if it turns out that construction vehicles are found to have been using other unspecified local roads, would DWR assist in maintaining or restoring those roads?
As I described
Abstraction calls for speculation,
Yeah.
lacks foundation.
To the extent you can answer, Ms. Buchholz, please.
as I described in my testimony and presentation on Monday, we do not believe that because of the specifications will be very strong, that they will not be allowed to use non-designated roads for access, and they will be fined if they use those roads. So we don't foresee that condition to occur.
So it would be fair to say that there's no commitment to how that situation would be handled if it did occur.
We do not see that that condition would ever occur.
Is there a complete list of all specified access routes that will be used in constructing the DCP?
We have now, it's listed in several places of the documentation, which is why we presented DWR 00039 as a graphic. And I presented that in my presentation on Monday.
Okay. If we could please, Ms. Mullen, pull up exhibit DWR 21. Thank you. So this is a technical memorandum regarding potential road access routes.
Mm-hmm.
Was this
Yes.
memorandum relied on in preparation of the transportation chapter of the DCP's final EIR?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know where in the final EIR this technical memo is referenced?
I do not.
Okay. So this document was prepared before the final EIR was completed, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could now please scroll to PDF page 5. Thank you. And scroll down a little bit so we can see the figure. Great. So this is figure 2 showing state and local roads, correct?
We
can scroll
down?
down a little to see the caption. That might be helpful. Perfect.
Yes.
Great. Are you familiar with this figure?
Yes.
Does this figure show all points of access, ingress, and egress to each of the local road segments shown?
No, that was not the purpose of this graphic. The purpose of this graphic was specifically to show state and local roads within the study area.
Do you know whether this figure was included in the final EIR?
I don't remember.
All right, if we could please now move to page 7. Thank you. And scroll down a little bit, please. Great. So do you see under section 4.2 local roads where it says figure 2 shows local roads and the project area, excuse me, and table 1 summarizes their basic characteristics in the first line?
Yes.
Great. Now if we could move to the next page, page 8. Thank you. So this is table 1 that was just referenced in your test or in the memorandum above. Have you seen this table before?
Yes.
Was this table used in the preparation of DWR 24, the table A15 we looked at earlier?
This was in this entire technical memoranda that we're looking at here was part of the process. The information from this was part of the process to identify the access roads for the different alternatives and to determine whether or not we needed the conditions and whether we needed to widen, especially widen the roads for access. But we didn't say that every one of these roads is an access road for the alternative. We started looking at it from a long range away, and then we narrowed it down because this was used for all of the alternatives evaluated in the IR.
So it would be correct to say that not all of the local roads that are listed in this table 1 are also included in the list of access roads in DWR 24?
Objection in Ms. State's testimony. Also, I'm just wondering the relevance of this when this is, Ms. Buchholz has provided additional information to make sure that it's clear to all protestants what roads are being used. And this technical memorandum is including all the alternatives, not just the DCP project that has now been selected.
I'm going to allow the line of questioning. Your first objection, Ms. Morris, was to remind me.
In Ms. State's testimony.
The state's testimony. Will you try the question again, Ms. Moskal? Please.
Let me think of how to rephrase this. Are all of the local roads that are listed in this table, table 1, also listed in the table in DWR 24 showing access roads?
No.
No, great. If we could please go back to her rebuttal testimony, 37R, go to page 3, starting at line 8. Thank you. So here you state that all of the construction access routes were selected to minimize effects on existing land uses. So DWR selected certain local routes for inclusion in table A15, correct?
Yes, and in other routes that weren't included in table 15 that were included, I've listed them below in this document on page 7.
There are local roads that reach project areas that are not included as a selected access route, correct?
That is true.
Vague and ambiguous as to which roads.
I think we can move to the next question.
Did you make a side-by-side comparison of the local roads that lead to project areas versus the local roads that were selected as access routes?
During the preparation of the technical memoranda, I'm remembering whether it was DWR, I think it was 00040 and 00020. When we went through that, we looked at each feature for every alternative that was analyzed in the EIR. And we looked at a variety of access routes. And we then looked at the condition of those access routes, which ones would be easier to widen if necessary, which ones had bridges that were not in, that would have needed to be replaced. And all that information is included in the engineering project report technical memoranda.
Thank you. All right. So on lines 9 through 10, you state that the following general guiding principles were followed in determining the access routes. And you cite to DWR 20. If we could please pull up DWR 20. Thank you. This is the technical memorandum that is referenced in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
This is true.
And it was prepared before the final EIR was completed, correct?
Yes.
Great. If we could please go to page 2. Great. So under the first paragraph of the purpose section, it states that, great, thank you. It states that this document provides a framework for the development of more detailed logistics strategies as design development evolves, correct?
True.
Thank you. And now if we could go to PDF page 8. And scroll down to see the figure, please. This figure is entitled Northern Facilities Potential Logistics and Access Approaches. Are you familiar with this figure?
Yes.
Did you rely on it in the preparation of your testimony?
I relied upon the technical memoranda, which includes this figure, but not specifically. I didn't specifically address this figure.
Okay, if we could please return to her rebuttal testimony. We'll go to PDF page 4. Lines 17 through 19. Great. So here you quote Mr. Murdoch's testimony that the use of roads other than the specified access roads will result in fines, correct?
That's true.
Thanks. And on lines 22 through 25, you state that as with many construction projects, the construction document specifications will include the restrictions and specific access routes.
True.
In your experience, how effective is providing specifications in construction documents at ensuring that only specific access routes are used?
In my experience, very much over the 40 years that I've done construction management and design of this, extremely well.
What is DWR going to do to ensure that the specifications will be as effective as in other construction projects?
This is an environmental commitment as part of the project description, and all of the plans and specifications will, as with all of our environmental commitments, will have to show the location of the inclusion of each one of the environmental commitments, including this.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little bit, please, so that we can see the first 2 lines of page 5 as well. Thank you. So here you state that DWR will enforce use of the access roads by using observers on major non-access roads, correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by observers on major non-access roads?
So in my experience on multiple projects we've done is used individuals, staff members that may not be known to the contractor because they may be working at the main office or so, going out in other cars that are not labeled for an agency or the construction project, and they will be looking for construction workers. If we see, and we'll be watching to see patterns, not just the construction vehicle with a sign on it, but we'll also see patterns coming off of the roads that are not allowed going towards the construction sites.
How many observers do you anticipate will be used?
That would depend on the construction site. We haven't developed that kind of detail for the design. That'll be developed in the design phase.
Do you have an idea of how often they will be observing?
At this time, we have not developed it for this project.
How will they identify project-specific vehicles?
So there's some project-specific vehicles that are very easy because they have a sign on their doors. Those are the simple ones. The other one is you put several monitors along different access routes, and you start watching early on if people are moving towards the construction feature, and we can then follow them if we need to. One thing I do want to make a point about that this project is really different than some of the others, that we will not we won't have employee parking at the intakes or any of the tunnel shafts because the project sites have been confined in size to minimize effects on adjacent land use. So all of the employees of those at that point when we start seeing shift changes, the employees who come in on shift changes have to use the park and rides. So we also know where, and they are really close to Interstate 5. So we don't anticipate that they'll be using a lot of local roads to get there. But again, we'll be watching for that too.
I think you may have already answered this question in an earlier response, but just to confirm, will there be observers on local non-access roads?
As we watch this, we'll be making that up. I have used that. So especially if the access road might be more traveled and they'll know a way around that, or nowadays we have GPS in the cars. We'll be watching those too, yes.
So it would be possible that there will be observers on local non-access roads, but not necessarily.
It would depend on the non-access road. I'm not going to tell you every non-access road in the Delta.
I don't think we have time for that this morning. All right. So regarding the fines that are referenced on lines 17 through 19 on page 4, so we might want to go up a little bit so we can all see where we're headed. Thank you. Who enforces or collects the fines?
That any type of things will be in the specification, and that would be the owner's rep would be collecting the fines. So that would be the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority, because that's currently who's planning on issuing the plans and specifications. And that money I don't know how that money will be collected and held and where it goes at that point.
Would a notice be issued before a fine is imposed?
In my experience,
vague and ambiguous as to who the notice and what notice.
Would the entity that is enforcing the fines issue a notice to a violator before they issue a fine?
That would be determined how we put it in the specifications. In my experience, we've used 1 or 2 notices, but that'll be determined at the time the specifications are prepared.
Who is the fine collected from?
it'll be in the specification to the contractor. The contractor will pay the fine.
I think you did also already answer this question, but just confirming, how will the funds collected from the fines be used?
I don't know.
Do you have any experience from prior projects that you could explain a little bit generally how the funds collected from fines like this are typically used? Is there any kind of
Action.
standard?
Relevance.
I'm curious to know the range of possibilities that are foreseeable based on her experience.
I'm going to disallow the question. I don't know where I don't see the relevance. Let's move on, Ms. Moskow.
Okay. Do you anticipate that there will be limits on the amount of the fines?
That'll be determined when we write the specifications.
And the specifications will also address whether there would be penalties for non-payment of fines.
A construction specification usually includes many things that could potentially have fines, and that's always addressed in the front end of the construction specification.
Would you expect there would be penalties for repeat offenders?
I don't know. Every incident post any of the early notices, every incident would be subject to fines.
Okay. If we could please move to PDF page 5, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Lines 13 to 14. So here you state that the construction specifications will also prohibit the use of other roads without written permission, correct?
Yes.
Great. When would DWR grant permission to use other non-specified access roads?
There are times in construction that, first of all, DWR would only grant that permission if that permission was granted by the owner of that road. But if there's, we have seen sometimes during construction, the logistics may need access for a short period of time for some issue that comes up that just needs to occur, but we always need to get access written permission from that owner of that road, whether it's a private party or an agency, and then that would be moving forward, and then it would be allowed only with written permission to the contractor.
Would DWR maintain those roads?
If that was a road that we ended up using even as an access road for whatever period of time, we would be concerned if there was harm to the road, that would certainly have to be repaired.
What would be the penalty for failure to obtain written permission to use other roads? Fines?
That'll depend on that part of the construction specification. I've seen it in many different ways.
Okay. So on line 16 through 19 here, you say that on previous projects, we have placed unmarked cars with monitors on streets surrounding the designated access routes to document the use of construction routes. So I understand from your conversation with Ms. Meserve on Monday that monitors are not officially proposed to be used for this project, correct?
I'm not sure that makes sense to me.
Well,
Could you
then
restate it?
Approach
I'm
it from a different
confused.
direction.
I'm confused.
Could we restate the question? Sorry.
Yep.
I think, or Ms. Moskow, if you were moving, I think you were backing up to try the question a different way. That's probably the most productive.
So here you describe the use of unmarked cars with monitors on previous projects. Has DWR committed to using unmarked cars with monitors on the DCP?
The commitment at this time is to only use the designated access roads. The means and methods of doing that have not been developed at this time. That will be developed during design and specification preparation.
So it's a possibility, but not necessarily certain that monitors will be used.
what the commitment to date is that we would only use the designated access roads.
Okay. So on line 7, you say we have placed. Is the we there DWR?
I'm trying to see the we in line 7.
17,
Oh,
sorry.
17, I'm sorry. The we is myself at the,
Okay.
and others on our team that have construction experience, construction management experience.
Okay. I apologize if this gets a little duplicative of your conversation with Ms. Meserve, but I would like to ask a few questions just about this general practice of using monitors.
Mhm.
Can you explain a little bit more what you mean by monitors here?
As I discussed a few minutes ago, in the past, on my experience, and what we have done is use staff members to be placed out. They would park near the access roads, especially at shift change, and also during when we were anticipating materials deliveries. And they would, similar to doing traffic counts, they would be parked near the intersections or along the roads, and we would watch the potential for construction vehicles to
So
be
this
using
is
a non-designated access road.
so this is essentially equivalent to your reference above to observers, using observers on major non-access roads.
It's identical, yes.
Observers and monitors are identical. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. I'm reassessing to make sure I don't rehash information we've already covered. Let's see. So in these prior projects that you have been involved with that used monitors, were those monitors required by the construction contracts?
The monitors were not required by the construction contracts. The construction contracts mandate the access roads and mandate not using the other roads. It's up to the construction manager's team on how we would import that. We've had specifications where we've indicated this was how the just as in many parts of the specification, how compliance would be monitored, whether it's a construction monitor to determine if concrete's poured correctly, or in this case, to not use the undesignated access roads. But that becomes something we put into the specification individually.
Okay. How effective in your experience are monitors at preventing non-compliance with the designated access roads?
In my experience of, I've had over 50 years of experience as an engineer and 40 years of doing multiple permit management, permit engineer on design and construction, and it's always been extremely effective.
Okay. So if we could please move Ms. Mullen to PDF page 7, line 4. Great. So here you say that public roads and non-public roads will be repaved periodically during construction, correct?
Yes.
You continue to say that road maintenance is required by the ITP to avoid eroded material leaving the road, correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by periodically?
There'll be continuous during construction. The construction management team needs to confirm if the condition of the access roads in this case.
How will DWR track compliance with this requirement?
There's several things that would be tracking compliance with this. But the overarching one is reports to, in this case, if you're referring to the incidental take permit to California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I cannot remember. We definitely have annual, and I can't remember if it's bi-monthly or monthly reports on how we are complying with every one of the incidental take permit conditions of approval. It has to be submitted to CDFW.
Okay. So if a road is damaged such that eroded material is leaving or could leave the road, who is responsible for addressing that issue?
So in this case, because with respect to this line for, and it's an incidental take permit, or line not for, which the incidental take reference. Overall, DWR is responsible for that permit. However, as we move forward with the construction, DWR will be working with Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority to implement the construction management of all of the construction. And they would be the one that identifies and would go to the owner of that road, such as a county, and make the determination. And they would also have to be, then that road would have to be repaired.
Okay. So general question, you refer several times in your testimony to construction specifications, as we've discussed. What entity is responsible for finalizing these construction specifications?
The way it's discussed now is that the construction plans and specifications would be prepared by the Delta Conveyance Design Construction Authority. In regard, though, with Department of Water Resources, the construction plans and specifications need to be approved by others, including the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for confirmation of compliance with their conditions of approval. They will also, in this case, if we were working on a road, especially if we widened it and even repaved it, we would need an encroachment permit in the county, for instance, and we would have to also have that portion of the plans and specifications. Probably, generally, the encroachment permits would require that portion of the plans and specifications to be approved by the county too, or whoever the owner of that road is.
When are the construction specifications for the DCP expected to be finalized?
It depends on each feature, as shown in Chapter 3 of the final EIR. The schedules are stair-stepped, so each feature has its own plans and specifications.
Okay. We only have 2 more topics to cover. I think they'll both move pretty quickly, just to give folks an idea on timing. If we could move back up to PDF page 5, paragraph 10. Ms. Mullen, thank you. So here you testify that there will be park and ride locations from which workers will be transported in vans and buses to specific DCP construction sites, correct?
Yes.
Workers can drive their personal vehicles to these park and ride locations before transferring to those vans and buses, correct?
That's anticipated.
And on lines 3 through 5, you state that the park and ride mitigation is required to be included as provisions of the construction contracts by Project Mitigation Measure Trans 1, correct?
Yes.
Does this mitigation measure address the impacts of workers driving their personal vehicles to the park and ride lots?
Actually, it does, and it talks about the use of, there are 2 plans that have to be prepared, and I don't remember I don't want to quote the names of the plans on Trans 1, but there are 2 transportation management plans that have to be prepared by DWR as part of the prior to construction. And in those, and as in Trans 1, there's a recommendation that carpooling would be encouraged, and there would be potentially incentive programs to reduce the impacts. The impacts from an air of transportation standpoint were addressed in Chapter 20 of the final EIR, and the impacts associated with air quality for all of those employees transfers were addressed in Chapter 23 of the final EIR.
Okay. Now, last topic, if we could go to PDF page 10. Thank you. DWR does not expect that all reusable tunnel material, or RTM, will be used in construction of the DCP, correct?
Can you state that again so I make sure I heard all the right words, please?
DWR does not expect that all RTM will be used in construction of the DCP, correct?
No, not all of the RTM, correct.
Thank you. Now, if we go to page 11, lines 1 through 2. So here you reference the long-term storage of the RTM. It is possible that RTM will be held in these long-term storage locations permanently, correct?
That is true.
Has DWR calculated the total acreage of land that it expects could be indefinitely used for RTM storage?
Yes, that's in the final EIR for each site, for each of the tunnel launch shaft sites. Yes.
Well, I believe that that is all of my questions. I do not want to speak for Mr. Brodsky, but I did undercut my time estimate, I think, by a little bit. So he might appreciate taking the morning break now before he starts his cross-examination.
You did. You saved us 15 minutes, so I'll give you that commendation. And let's go ahead and take 10 minutes, and we will return at 10:10. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back. We have a lot to do. Um, I'll look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful. Then I will look to Mr. Brodsky. Are you ready to, are you with us and ready to begin? I didn't look before the break.
Yes, I'm here. Let me just maximize my screen here.
Wonderful. And I think you had indicated, well, we don't have Mr. Volk yet, so you'll be starting with Ms. Wolf.
That is correct.
Excellent. And we have Ms. Carroll. So with that, once you're ready, you can please proceed with your questions.
Okay.
Oh, hearing officer Kinsey. Oh, there we go. Ms. Wolf's here.
Oh, good. That would be, I apologize.
Okay, so good morning, Ms. Wolf.
Good morning.
And let's see, in your introduction, you say that you're the lead co-author of Chapter 3.
That's what it said, yes.
Yeah. And how many co-authors are there of Chapter 3?
I don't remember exactly. So several different people made contributions.
But it's more than two then. There's several.
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. It's not just you and one other person then.
That's fair to say.
Okay. And you being the lead co-author, and you've got these several other co-authors working with you, what is the role of the lead as opposed to just plain co-authors?
Well, the way I use that term to describe that I was responsible for the document, for doing most of the research, writing it, putting it together.
Okay.
And just relying on others for help with different aspects.
Okay. So you worked on all parts of Chapter 3. In other words, what I'm getting at, it was not a situation where you divided it up and somebody else had full responsibility for part of it and your responsibility was a different part. That's not the case, correct?
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
Okay, fair enough. And when you say co-author of Chapter 3, does that extend to appendices 3A and 3B?
Remind me what 3B is?
I don't recall offhand. I'm mostly interested in 3A. You caught me. I'm not sure. So, but does it extend to 3A?
Remind me which 3A is?
Okay, let me get that up.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm just wondering the relevance of this line of questioning, as this really is just to the witness's, um, familiarity with the project and not her testimony, which is focused on Chapter 29. How this is relevant.
I'm going to allow Mr. Brodsky to ask the questions for background and Ms. Wolf's engagement with the EIR.
Okay.
But if it's helpful, Mr. Brodsky, we can try to pull up, I don't know if you have AHO citations, we can pull up the reference documents.
Later on, I do. I'm looking for them. If you can pull up Appendix 3A and 3B, that would be great.
Well, we don't know. I don't know if we know what the
Okay.
AHO citation is. Let's see.
Give me just a second and I'll find
Sure.
it.
To be clear, I did not cite those appendices in my testimony.
Okay, 3A is identification of water conveyance alternatives, And 3B is environmental commitments and best management practices.
Okay, I had nothing to do with 3B.
Okay,
From an authorship standpoint. And 3A was another team effort. Much of it was, there are other senior staff who worked on it.
okay, thank you. Okay, next question. In your CV, you state that for the Delta Conveyance project, you studied engineering design documents as a source of information in order to be able to describe the project alternatives, correct?
Well, I don't remember if I used the word study. I referred to them just to get a sense of clarity and make sure the language was, that I wasn't misrepresenting anything technical when I tried to make it more readable for an audience.
Okay. So let me just pull that up. So on page 2 of your CV, it says a lead author, project description, studied multiple evolving engineering design documents to describe 9 proposed alternatives for this controversial major water infrastructure project.
Well, studied may have been too strong of a word.
Studied might be a little too strong. But you did consult multiple engineering documents then?
Yes, it was necessary to describe the project features and facilities.
Okay, so in other words, you're going to describe, give a project description. You've got to get information from somewhere to be able to do that, right?
Exactly.
Okay, very good. Could we have HCC SCDA 121, please?
Is this a new exhibit that needs to be moved over, or is this an existing? Sorry, Mr. Brodsky.
We'll get it in a moment. It looks like we have it because Ms. Mullen is on it.
Very good.
And Mr. Brodsky, just so that we all know, oh, I see. My team is telling me it needs to be moved over, so we are moving this over right now.
Okay. And am I ready to, shall I go ahead and ask the question or wait a minute?
Ms. Morris, would you like us to wait until you're able to pull this up?
I mean, it generally is taking a while to move things over. I don't see it there now. I mean, we could start, but if it starts getting into
Yeah, then jump in.
detail, then thank you.
Thank you.
Can the witness see it, the first page of it at this point?
I see the top half of the first page. I don't know what document this is.
Okay, I was hoping to look at the bottom. There it says Delta Conveyance Final Draft Engineering Project Report, Bethany Reservoir Alternative.
I see that now.
Yeah, and is this one of the documents that you consulted or in some way interacted with in your authorship of Chapter 3?
I'm not sure if I consulted with this final version of May 2022. I did consult with engineering project reports, earlier versions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I'd like to take a look at, can we go to page 2 of this document? And there in that paragraph where the paragraph starts, it says the DWR requested the DCA develop conceptual engineering information for the key features of the Bethany Reservoir alternative for consideration by DWR to prepare an environmental impact report. So is it your understanding that in substantial part these engineering reports were produced so there would be information to do an EIR?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation. The witness has already testified and she's not sure if she referred to this document. Also, I don't see it in the
It hasn't been moved. Let's pause
Okay.
for a moment. I apologize. We're trying to
Okay.
figure out
I
moving it over.
assume we're putting, because there's two folders, HCC hood, and then there's HCC SCDA joint, and I assume we're putting it in this latter, the SCDA joint one.
Let me confirm.
So everything that I've uploaded, I'm uploading into the HCC SCDA joint, if that helps.
All right, then most likely we are moving it over to the joint, but
These were uploaded.
no, we have them. We just hadn't moved
Yeah,
them
okay.
over since you just brought them up.
Fair enough.
There's some confusion here. So thank you for your patience. I'm also plugging in my computer, so that helps us too.
I have it now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
Should I repeat the question?
For
Yes,
me,
please.
please do.
Okay. So just to catch up, since there's been a little space, you stated that you're not sure if you consulted or interacted with this final draft, but to the best of your recollections, you interacted with some drafts of this document.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And then the part that I read said that this engineering report was prepared for the purpose of having information to do an environmental impact report. And then the question is that your understanding?
The objection, this is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. Again, the witness, all she said was she was a co-author of Chapter 3, and her entire rebuttal testimony is focused on Chapter 29 and the testimonies provided by other protestants.
She testifies about locations of intakes. She testifies about the fish facilities technical team and that they developed certain alternatives. She testifies the DWR identified 5 intake locations and that she was the author of Chapter 3, which is the project description that touches on all of those things.
So can you point us, Mr. Brodsky, just point me to the testimony? I mean, we just need a link here. I mean,
Okay.
in her rebuttal, in the
Her
rebuttal
testimony. Let's go to that.
I guess it would be, I mean, we haven't heard from Ms. Wolf before, right? So that it would be
I have not questioned
the
Ms.
only
Wolf before.
testimony.
But
So she says on page 10, line 8, that the Delta Design and Construction, line 8 starting, line 8, Delta Design and Construction Authority evaluated potential intake sites and tunnel routes. And that technical memorandum 11 CEA intake site identification and evaluation, which is DWR 15, describes the criteria for selecting the locations. And then she says each of the 7 potential locations identified by the fish facilities technical team are located in the Delta, et cetera. And
Yes, I see that. So then where are we going? Just give me a preview of where we're going with this document and your questions.
okay.
And just for clarification, she doesn't testify that. She says it's described in the testimony of Mr. Murdoch and Ms. Buchholz. And that's it.
And if I could ask Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up the testimony of Ms. Wolf and then Hearing Officer Kinsey. We did not hear a presentation of the summary of Ms. Wolf's testimony, but she has previously been cross-examined.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not recall that.
I think that's
Well,
my,
I'm sorry, just she was cross-examined in rebuttal, so she did not provide any direct testimony. I think that's what the hearing officer
That's what I meant.
intended.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Just so
That-
that we're clear and not causing
Thank you.
confusion.
given her testimony so far about the depth of her familiarity with the engineering report, that the last question I asked is going to be the last question I'm going to ask of her about this document.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and hear the question, please. And do we
Okay.
need to get back to the document? Let's go back to the document.
Repeat it again. So we need the, I believe it's SCDA 121.
Yes, here we are.
All right. And then if we could just scroll so we can see that full paragraph a little better. Yeah, there we go. So this paragraph says that the conceptual engineering report was developed in large part, I'm paraphrasing, for the purpose of having information so an environmental impact report could be prepared. That was the reason these engineering reports were written. Is that consistent with your understanding?
It says that's what it says in the introduction. It may have had other applications, others may have used it for other purposes, but it was helpful in developing the environmental impact report.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. So let me go on to the next subject. Are you familiar with the response to comments section of the EIR?
Yes.
And where a
In detail.
comment implicates Chapter 29 Environmental Justice or Chapter 3 Project Description, do you draft the response to the comment?
Objection overbroad, vague and ambiguous as to which comments, potentially outside the scope.
The question goes to her duty. She says she's the
No,
author
Mr.
of chapter.
Brodsky, which comments are you referring to? Can you be more specific? Which responses?
Well, the EIR has a response to comments section.
Correct.
And there's there are comments that comment on material in Chapter 3, and there are comments also that comment on material in Chapter 29. And so the question is she involved in drafting the responses to those comments?
And same objection, there's thousands. I mean, I don't even actually know. There may be more than thousands of comments.
So, Mr. Brodsky, do you mean any of them?
Any of them? Was she
All right.
in any of them?
We'll allow that. Please, Ms. Wolf.
Yeah, I did assist with the response to comments process. I could not tell you offhand which ones. I helped with several topic areas.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Okay. And now you, in your testimony, you have some concerns about Professor Tomlin's treatment of the pocket area, correct?
Yes, yes, I mentioned that.
And you stated that the pocket area is not within the project footprint, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Brodsky, can you help me by providing a citation? Where should I
She
be
says
looking?
that?
Yes.
Okay.
It's on and around page, I think
7?
8 and 9.
Okay.
It starts around that section, and this is again 1300R for the record.
I see. Page
Page,
9 looks like.
Page 7,
Are we
line
looking?
2 to 3, one thing, the pocket neighborhood is not within the project footprint. That's what I was referring to.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you.
So you stated that the pocket area is not within the project footprint, correct?
Yes,
And also with regards to Walnut Grove, you said that Walnut Grove is more than 6 miles west of the nearest project facility, correct?
I think it's east of the project, but yeah, there's the project, no physical part of the project intersects Walnut Grove to the best of my knowledge, based
Okay.
on our mapping.
All right, fair enough. And then on page 10, starting at line 11, you say that each of the 7 potential locations identified by the fish facilities technical team are located in the Delta, correct?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Okay, so you talk about 7 locations. Isn't it true that the FFTT identified 12 potentially suitable locations?
I don't know. I think I probably just took that statement from an introduction in the memo. I didn't read the whole memo. I wouldn't understand most of what's in the memo. I just looked at it to identify the locations that were considered in the EIR.
Okay. And then at lines 9 to 11, you state that the technical memo 011 CEA, site identification and evaluation, describes the criteria used to evaluate intake locations, correct? That's at lines 9 to 11.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, and you state that that's DWR 00015 is the exhibit number on that.
Yes.
Okay, so could we have DWR 00015, please? And then if we could just scroll so we can see that paragraph under 1.1 background. And if you could take a look at the last sentence of that first paragraph under 1.1 background.
The sentence about Appendix A, the
Uh,
last sentence of the first paragraph or the second?
yeah,
paragraph?
that's the first paragraph under 1.1. And
Appendix A is a
it
copy of
says,
Appendix 3F intake locations analysis.
correct.
Yeah, and includes a detailed history of the work of the fish team and associated efforts.
Correct. So
Yes, I
I'd
see.
like to, so that's relative to what the FFTT did and how many intake locations they identified. So I'd like to take a look at that. So could we go to page 21 of DWR 15? So just so we can see the title of it. This is Appendix 3F intake location analysis that was referred to in that sentence we just read. And then if we could go to the next page, which is page 22. And there at lines 18 to 22. It says the FTT was directed by the Conveyance Work Group to focus on a reach of the Sacramento River between the city of Sacramento and Walnut Grove for locating fish screen intake facilities. Have I read that correctly?
You've read it correctly.
Okay.
This information was from the BDCP. This is
correct?
took place a long time ago under a different project.
Okay, but this document says that that work was reevaluated for the DCP in 2019. We can go back and look at that. So if we go
Sorry,
back,
is there a question that relates to the rebuttal testimony rather than general questions that we've been over and over with Ms. Buchholz, Mr. Murdoch in the direct
right.
testimony?
So the question that relates is that the fish facilities technical team and then later the DCA evaluated intake locations from Sacramento to Walnut Grove, correct?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. Please, Ms. Wolf.
So I don't understand the question.
The question
You
is
just,
that
you just read it.
for the DCP, intake locations from the city of Sacramento to Walnut Grove were evaluated, correct?
Yeah, the previously considered intake locations were reevaluated to refine for a different project.
Okay, and your testimony was that Professor Tomlin provided information about the pocket area, but that the pocket area is outside of the project footprint, correct?
Yes, it's outside of the project footprint of the Delta Conveyance project.
In the final project, but intake locations across the river from the pocket area were considered, but were not adopted in the final project, right?
I don't know where all the originally considered intake locations were. I'm only familiar with the ones that were considered for a Delta Conveyance project by the time I became involved with the EIR.
Okay, could we go to page 38, please? Are we able to see that whole page?
Yeah, now I can see the whole page.
Okay. So the figures, this figure, and then if we could go to the next page. And if you try to zoom in on the legend there. So these 3 pages are not copied in good resolution. So I would like to go to another exhibit that has these same 3 pages, but they're in good resolution. So we're able to see what we're looking at when I ask the witness questions.
Relax foundation before we move on. There's no testimony that this witness is familiar with these maps.
Never seen these before.
Well, let's see what the question is, although Ms.
The
Brodsky, please
question
use
is
time
going to
wisely.
be, the question is going to be, her criticism of Dr. Tomlin was that the pocket area in Walnut Grove are far away from the project, but intake locations at the pocket area and Walnut Grove were evaluated for the project. They just weren't adopted for the final project.
So, Mr. Brodsky, I think Ms. Wolf already testified that she was only familiar with the intake locations that were evaluated in the EIR. That was my understanding. So I think this is outside of the scope of what Ms. Wolf has any knowledge about, unless you correct me.
No, that is correct. I've never seen these figures, and to be honest, I didn't go much beyond the first 1 or 2 pages of the D015, the technical memo.
Okay. Let's go to the next subject then. If we could go to DWR 1300, page 8. That's Ms. Wolf's testimony, rebuttal testimony.
I believe 1300R, yes.
1300R, yes. And you say there that at lines 48, looking at a map and approximating the population of a zip code is not a standard practice. The result is purely speculative. Correct? Have I quoted that accurately?
Yes, you read
Okay.
that accurately.
And then the next question is, but what Professor Tomlin testified to was that zip code area 95831, that he used zip code area 95831 to approximate the pocket area, not that he was approximating the population of a zip code. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Because no, that's not what I understood him to be saying. How he used
Okay.
the
And
zip
you
code.
reviewed the transcript of his testimony to reach this conclusion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So let's then look at the transcript, which is the 11/17/25 Zoom transcript. And I'd like to go to page 90 when we get that up. Okay. And then there's well, this is not the Zoom transcript. I thought it was the Zoom transcript that she cited.
Oh, yes. So Ms. Mullen, can we pull up the Zoom transcript, which will be messier than this, but
I didn't know we had a real transcript. I would have looked at that if I knew we had it.
Can you, sorry, could we confirm that did the witness mean to cite to the Zoom? I think they did. I don't know, but could we confirm whether or not this is?
Sure.
Ms. Wolf, did you intentionally cite to the Zoom transcript rather than the court reporter's transcript?
The Zoom transcript was the only thing I had available.
Okay.
It was shortly after the testimony, and I think the official one hadn't been available yet.
I think that's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll get the Zoom transcript up then.
There we
Yeah,
go.
very good. All
Thank
right.
you, Ms. Mullen.
And then we want to go to page 90. And then there's a line 11/6, Zoom line 1169. And he says there, the pocket neighborhood, its own CDP, it's often referred for smaller areas. To the extent that the zip code that I use to approximate it, 95831, does a good job. So when he says to the extent that the zip code I use to approximate it does a good job, the it refers to the pocket area, correct?
And the rest of the sentence says that it's got over 40,000 people in it. So I understood that to mean that he approximated the population based on that zip code of that area.
Okay. All right, that was your understanding. But is your understanding here in reading this sentence that the it refers to the pocket area? To the extent that the zip code that I use to approximate it, 95831, does a good job, that it refers to the pocket area. Do you understand that to be? Okay, very good.
Yes.
And then let's look at the next line. Let's look at the next page of the transcript, page 91. And let's take a look at Zoom lines 1175 and 1176. And starting on 1175, he says, so I looked at the maps and my understanding of what the pocket neighborhood is appeared well represented by that zip code, 95831. So what he's saying there is that the pocket area is well represented by zip code 95831, correct?
Objection, sorry, objection calls for speculation. Mr. Brodsky can't speculate what the witness said. He can ask what her understanding is, but
That's what I'm asking.
recharacterize the transcript.
I think it's fair. Ms. Wolf, your understanding of what Mr. Tomlin testified to.
Yeah, my understanding is that he used zip code rather than the geographic boundaries of the pocket area to estimate the population of the pocket area based on its zip code. That's my understanding.
Okay. So you use, in your CV, you say that you utilize US Census data for your work. So does that mean you're familiar with using the Census Bureau website and its query tools to retrieve data?
Well, I usually rely on our GIS team to pull the geographic files. And I believe they pull what's called the Tiger files in order to obtain georeferenced data with which to generate our figures, our map figures, and the tables that we used in the analysis.
Okay. All right. And are you aware that in those geographic areas in the Tiger files, there's a geographic category called zip code tabulation area?
Nope, didn't know that.
Okay. So you didn't know that zip code tabulation area 95831 matches the geographic extent of the pocket area. You didn't know that.
Nope.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, lacks foundation.
That's fair. We'll strike that from the record.
If you knew that was the first question was answered, she didn't know that there were zip code tabulation areas. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. If you were provided with information that zip code tabulation area 95831 matches the extent of the pocket area.
Mr. Brodsky, I'm not going to allow this question. If you want to bring something up and lay a foundation,
okay, let's
fine.
bring it up. Okay, let's could we have HCC SCDA 101? And could we go to, this is a Census Bureau informational outreach document called Geography Fundamentals for Beginners. And could we go please to page 14? Let's go to page 9 first. I'm sorry.
And are we moving this one over? I'm not seeing it in the folder right
It's
now.
not, yeah, it's moving right now, as I
Okay,
understand.
thank you.
Okay, the bottom bullet, the title of this page is Census Geography. And the last bullet says, the Census Bureau is responsible for defining several other geographies such as census tract, block groups, blocks, places, and ZCTAs. Have I read that correctly?
That's what it says.
Okay, and then could we go to page 14?
And I'm sorry, let's pause for a moment. We're having trouble moving it over. So
Okay, should I just wait a minute?
Yeah, if you just wait a moment. I think it's the confusion about the multiple folders, which I think we created, not on your
the
end.
SCDA folder and the HCC SCDA folder.
Yeah.
Just for the benefit of staff, I've been using the HCC SCDA folder exclusively for my uploads.
Thank you.
And again, I don't, just maybe to, while we're waiting, I don't think there's a foundation laid that this witness is familiar with this document.
Understood. We'll get there, I think.
So I'm waiting for you. I don't want this to
Yep,
be,
no,
we're both
fine.
waiting for each
I'm
other.
waiting for my
like-
team. All right, it should be moved. It should be available there, and I apologize for that pause. I guess there's also an HCC 101, so there was some confusion, but I believe we are ready to go. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so then the second bullet there says that ZCTAs created by the Census Bureau are approximate representations of zip codes. Did I read that correctly?
In Locke's Foundation, the witness is not testified she's familiar with this, what appears to be a PowerPoint.
Well, the question would be, if she knew that, does she want to revise her testimony?
So I'm sorry, will you run the question again, Mr. Brodsky?
The question is, if you were not aware that there were zip code tabulation areas when you submitted your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Correct.
And if you knew, now that you know that there are zip code tabulation areas that approximate zip codes, would you like to revise your testimony?
Again, Locke's Foundation, this is a PowerPoint. It's not even an official Census Bureau document. In addition to that, the witness has not said she's familiar with it. It came out in 2025.
Well,
And
hold on, Ms. Morris. Let me ask this question of Ms. Wolf. Ms. Wolf, do you have any familiarity with zip code tabulation areas?
No, I was not aware of them. And I'm willing to admit that there is a more legitimate source of the information, but that doesn't change the fact that the pocket area is not in the footprint of the Delta Conveyance project.
Okay, so, but just putting that aside, you had two criticisms. One, it's not in the footprint, and two, the use of the zip code area was inappropriate. With regard to the use of the zip code area, do you now see that that was a legitimate way to go about this, that Dr. Tomlin did, Professor Tomlin?
Apparently it is.
Okay,
learned
fair
something
enough.
new.
So I appreciate your candor. All right, so let's go to the next subject. Okay. And your testimony also was that Dr. Tomlin, Professor Tomlin's use of maps to see that 95831 approximated the pocket area, that's really no longer a valid criticism with the information you have now, is it?
Well, what I said in the testimony was what I understood from his oral explanation of how he derived that data. It sounded like he looked at a map as opposed to, he didn't say he consulted the census zip code tabulation area. So the testimony sounded like he looked at a map and saw, oh, 95831 seems to be the pocket area.
Okay. Can I pull up a map then of the pocket area and of zip code 95831 tabulation area and ask the witness if 95831 looks like a good approximation of the pocket?
Are you asking me? Well, let's go ahead and
Let's go ahead, and I'm just giving you a preview
go
of what
there.
I want to do.
Let's see what
So
happens.
if there are objections. All right. Okay, so could we have HCC SCDA 102, please? And this is a map of the pocket area that I downloaded from the Sacramento General Plan. You can see in the upper left, there's Sacramento General Plan and the City of Sacramento's logo, et
Sorry,
cetera.
I have to move this to a bigger screen to make it bigger.
Okay.
So what is this telling me? I can't read the legend.
Well, my point of reading the legend was just to establish that this is a City of Sacramento document from the city's general plan. That's not necessarily a question for you. That was just to identify what the document is. Okay. And it says pocket area, community plan area. And then there's that area, that bounded area that's mostly yellow with some green in it. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you can see there that Highway 5 is running through it there.
Yes.
And then it's the river forms the boundary on on the left side of the page. The river forms the boundary of the pocket community plan area. Are you able to see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. And then I'd like to go to HCC SCDA 103. And could we blow that up a little bit? And can you see the box sort of in the lower left that says number by zip code tabulation area?
Yes.
And then that area that's highlighted in blue, are you able to see 95831 there? I can't quite see it on my screen, but can you?
Yeah, it's fuzzy, but
Can we blow it up just a little bigger?
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I have just an objection to this line of testimony. Mr. Brodsky appears to be trying to create his own rebuttal testimony. This seems to be outside the scope
No.
of, I'm sorry, I'm not done with my objection. If I could
Sorry,
please
Ms. Morris.
finish. Thank you very much. This does appear to be outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. I think this might be more efficiently submitted as protestant's rebuttal, but I think this is within the scope of rebuttal and is appropriate cross, but we'll see where we go with the next question.
Okay, and so you're able to see that blue, that area that's highlighted in blue is zip code tabulation area 95831. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And so doesn't this look like a reasonable approximation of the city of Sacramento's map of the pocket area?
Yes, it does, but I didn't know and don't know what map he looked at.
Okay, well, fair enough. With what you know now, was his use of maps to determine that zip code tabulation area 95831 was a reasonable approximation of the pocket area? Was that a reasonable thing for him to do?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation. Mr. Brodsky can't testify as to what maps his witness used outside the scope of rebuttal.
I didn't say that the witness used this map. I said this map is zip code tabulation area 95831.
It was implied.
Ms. Wolf, if you have an opinion, you can respond to that question.
Just the question's essence is, does this,
Mr. Brodsky, do you want her to answer the question you asked, or do you have a new question?
I was just going to frame it in a way that's a little more simple.
Okay, wonderful. Let's do that, please.
Does this blue shaded area on this map match pretty closely the yellow shaded area we saw on the previous map?
Oh, I would have to see them side by side to make that evaluation.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just wanted to let you know Jason Volk is joining and available now.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, but in the previous map, I asked you if you saw the location of Highway 5. Do you recall that?
Mr. Brodsky,
Yeah.
this is, I'm going to stop you here.
Okay.
The witness, this is not, we would need to have the maps side by side, and the witness would need a fair opportunity to look at them to have
Okay.
an opinion. I understand where you're going, and I think
Fair
you
enough.
made a point.
May I ask you, do we have the capacity to put those two exhibits up side by side?
You can ask, and I will tell you the answer is no, we don't.
No. Okay.
We
Fair
can
enough.
flip back and forth, but we can't put them side by side. And I
Okay,
think
fair
there's a
enough.
level of detail here and human ability that I'm going to put the stop on.
Okay, so I'm looking here I'm going to skip a few things and go to my next subject. Okay, could we look at Professor Tomlin's testimony, which is, I believe 25, HCC SCDA 25. Let me just check that. Yes, that's correct. We have HCC SCDA 025 errata. And then if we could go to page 4, please. And there's a table 1 on page 4. There, table 1. So table 1 has figures that the Professor Tomlin has arrived at for various different items. He's got his conclusion as to what the percent Hispanic Latino is, what the percent white, what the median income is, what the mean income is. And then if we could just go to the next page and look at table 2, and then I'll ask my question. And then table 2 has dozen or so figures that are his conclusion about what various populations are in various places. So you had concerns that Professor Tomlin didn't quite know what he was doing. Did you check these figures then? Did that raise a concern with you? And did you check these figures to see if they were correct?
I'm trying to remember how I evaluated this. I may have checked it against the data that we presented in the EIR. And regardless of zip codes or CDPs or census and census block groups, at least for the for the figures that were comparable, I probably only looked at the population figures. I mean, his numbers were in the similar ballpark.
So you didn't find any mistakes in his numbers then, is that correct?
I don't know if there's a mistake or not a mistake. I can't call it a mistake. There's
And
data.
also, I'm sorry, I didn't get my objection in. This is outside the scope. The witness did not refer to this table in her rebuttal testimony.
I'm also looking for that. Mr. Brodsky, where does this table
She
come
doesn't
in?
refer to the table, but generally her testimony is that Professor Tomlin doesn't know what he's doing.
Where?
Well, that's on page starting on page 7. Well, let's go to her summary.
Just so, again, it's referring to table, but doesn't matter.
Okay, on page 9, at line 8, it's starting at line 8, it says, these errors suggest confusion about the units of analysis and their comparability. And then
And how does that relate to the table?
further on, it says, so it says on page 8, line 12, Dr. Tomlin did not provide convincing or accurate evidence for some of his demographic findings.
Which is related to the zip code objection. I mean, what I'm getting to is I think Ms. Wolf's criticisms of Dr. Tomlin's testimony were fairly specific, and I don't think that's a free range for us to go into
Right.
all. So that's where I'm looking for a specific connection to the information in this table. If, even if there wasn't a reference to this table, the specific information addressed in the table, and I don't see one here.
All right, on page 9, I already read that one, I think. Page 9 at line 8, these errors suggest confusion about the units of analysis and their comparability.
Are those units used in the table? I don't have the table in front of me.
They are.
Okay, and so
So,
you're
so she says he's confused up above about what a census
right. I
designated
understand that. So what is
census.
your question? Can we go back to the table, please, Ms. Mullen, if you
Yeah.
recall the reference? Thank you.
So the question is, your testimony implied that Professor Tomlin didn't know what he was doing.
That
So,
was not my implication or not my intended implication. I was merely pointing out that I did not think zip code data, as I understood it at the time, was comparable to census data. And where I spoke about confusion, that was related to his oral testimony, where he incorrectly defined census designated places, census blocks, and census
okay,
block
well then,
groups.
let me just ask it this way. In your testimony, you don't dispute any of the figures in Dr. Tomlin's tables, do you?
I don't, because his conclusions are consistent with what we found in the EIR.
Okay, fair
there
enough.
are minorities and low-income groups throughout the project area.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next subject. Okay, then on page 9 of your testimony, at line 6, you say he incorrectly stated that a CDP is within a census block and block group. And then down at page 10, line 10 on that page, you say a CDP is not within a census block or block group. On the contrary, a CDP is composed of multiple tracts, block groups, or blocks in an unnamed, unincorporated area. Let me slow down a little bit so you can go to take a look at that.
Yes, and that definition is from the census.
Okay. And so could we look at okay, let's first you say that a CDP is unnamed, correct? They're at line 12.
That is part of the Census Bureau definition of a census designated place,
Okay.
which is a larger area that is composed of smaller areas depending on the specific geography and topography of a location. It could be multiple tracts, multiple block groups, multiple blocks, or some combination in an unincorporated area that doesn't have, they say unnamed. I assume by that they mean that it's sort of like when you know where the Chinatown is, like that's a neighborhood, but it may not be an official jurisdictional designation.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'd like to just focus first on your contention that a CDP is unnamed. At the end of that sentence, you have footnotes 4 and 5 that you cite as your authority for that. And then footnote 4 goes to a link to census designated places. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's
Okay.
where I got the definition from.
All right. So then could we have HCC SCDA 108, please?
I think it does not have to be an unnamed area. It just could be.
Well, you say here it's unnamed, correct?
Objection,
No.
it states testimony.
I'm sorry?
Misstates testimony. It sounds like Ms. Wolf was going to correct that. So please, Ms. Wolf, can you clarify?
Just because the definition includes the modifier unnamed doesn't mean that the definition requires the location to be unnamed. My understanding of the pocket is that it's the name of a neighborhood.
Well, Mr. Tomlin didn't say that the pocket was a CDP, did he?
No, these are two separate statements.
Okay. He said that the hood is a CDP, correct?
I don't remember. You'd have to put up the exhibit again.
Okay. Well, let's look at this exhibit and then we'll go back to that since we have this one already up. Okay, so
I have to make this bigger.
yeah. All right, can we make that bigger? So we can read the text in the first little paragraph there. And then the second sentence in the first paragraph.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and that says that a CDP is identified by, characteristic of a CDP is that it's identified by name, correct?
I see that. I must have gotten my definition from another place on the census.
Well, isn't it the case that your statement that a CDP is unnamed is just incorrect?
Objection, argumentative. Also, this low foundation for this document.
Noted.
Okay,
Mr. Brodsky, I think we can go to your next question.
okay, well, this should have the same URL. All right, let's go to the next question. Okay. Okay, could we have the Zoom? All right, you say that you said in your testimony that a CDP is not within a block or a block group, correct?
Correct, because blocks and block groups are within a CDP potentially.
Okay. All right. Could we go to Zoom transcript for 11/17/25 at page 87? So you said that there are multiple census tracts within a CDP, correct?
There could be.
Okay. Okay, and then at line 1120, okay, I'm sorry, I want to go to line 1123. Okay. He says the CDP, the Zoom wrote it HUD, but what he said was hood. The CDP, is there an objection?
No, I didn't understand the HUD.
Okay. The CDP of hood is within Census Tract 99, Block Group 4, for example. And that's correct, what he said there, isn't it?
Well, Hood is within Census Tract 99, Block Group 4. I was not aware that Hood had a CDP because it's so small by itself.
So then your statement, your testimony that Professor Tomlin is mixed up about these geographic units is incorrect, isn't it?
Some of his statements were incorrect. Not necessarily this one.
Okay. And it's also the case that the CDP of Hood is within Block Group 4. Isn't that right, as he says here?
What I understand as the town of Hood is within Tract 99, Block Group 4.
Okay, very good.
That's consistent with our data.
Okay. And you agree with Dr. Tomlin that CDP, that Hood is a CDP. It's been designated by the Census Bureau as a CDP, correct?
I don't know. No, I can't agree with that because that's not my understanding. I would have to do some research to understand if Hood is a CDP by itself.
Why didn't you do the research before you said Dr. Tomlin was mistaken?
Because I wasn't referring to this particular statement.
Okay. Could we have HCC SCJ 107? Is it possible to blow it up a little bit?
I don't think that's going to help.
Which part? Where should we
There,
look?
there, that's good right there.
Okay.
Well, we lost Hood though.
So Hood is still on my map that I can see
I don't see it on my screen.
near the bottom.
Oh, yes, I see it there. Is it possible to
Way down there.
scroll down a little bit or scroll up so Hood gets raised up a little bit more? Okay, good, right there. Well, I went by the legend at the top, but This is a Census Bureau map, correct?
I don't know. I'm just seeing a little section of it.
Okay, well, we'll need to scroll up to the top of the map again. I apologize. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
you mentioned
that's from
before
the
Tiger
Tiger.
Web, didn't you?
Yes, that's where we get our data.
And you get your data from Tiger Web. And this says United States Census Tiger Web Geography Division, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so is it fair to say this is a Census Bureau map?
I suppose it is.
Okay, fair enough. And then if we could scroll back down to where we were before. I'm sorry, Miss Mullen, for all the jumping around. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, right there. Okay, so then down near the lower right, it says CT99. Are you able to see that?
Yes,
And is it your understanding that that means Census Tract 99?
yes,
And then just above that, there's a sort of a beige colored area there with the designation Hood over it. Are you able to see that?
yes, I see that.
So that's showing that Hood is within Census Tract 99, correct?
Yes,
And then over in the left column, down at the bottom, it says census designated places, and there's a check mark there next to it. Are you able to see that?
yes,
And then below that, there's several different colored boxes.
yep,
And it's your understanding that those colored boxes, when they appear on the map, that means that's a census designated place. Is that right?
that is how I would interpret that. Yes,
Okay, and then if we look at Hood, Hood has one of those colors, right?
yes, it does.
So according to this map, Hood is a census designated place, correct?
So it would seem.
Okay, fair enough. And then could we go to, so to the extent any of your testimony, let's strike that. Let's just go to the next one. At HCC SCDA 109, please.
We don't seem to have a 109, Mr. Brodsky.
No HCC SCDA 109?
Apparently not.
Let me take a look. There is a 109. I'll tell you another place you can find it. Are you able to find 110? HCC SCDA 110?
Let me see. There we have it.
Okay, so let's bring that up then.
It is here.
Okay, let me move your screen up a little bit. Sorry about that. Okay. So this is a declaration just authenticating those two exhibits, just saying where I got them from and what they are, not testifying anything about them. And then if we could,
Sorry, we've never seen this document. Is this appropriate for a declaration by council? Shouldn't he have to lay the foundation on the record? This seems extremely inappropriate to me, or have a witness. I don't think council can lay the foundation.
oh, okay, so it's
Himself.
standard practice. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, are you done? Okay, it's standard practice in every civil action, in every civil trial, that attorneys submit a declaration with exhibits attached, and they limit their the declaration testimony simply to say, I downloaded this exhibit from such and such a place on such and such a date, and this is what it is, and not give any opinion about it or anything like that. There isn't a civil trial that's
I
taken
think
place.
that's sufficient, Mr. Brodsky. And what
Okay.
is the, so first of all, I'll make sure the team has moved 110 over, so you can take a look at it, Ms. Morris. And why are we looking at this document? Was it to get to 109?
Yeah, 109 is attached to it. So 109 is in two places. I uploaded 109 freestanding, and I also attached 109 to this declaration.
All right. So let's go to 109, which I think was your original
That's what we're trying to
intent.
get at.
And then if there are objections to 110, unless we need to go there, then you may object to those at an appropriate time, Ms. Morris.
So here's Exhibit 1, and let's scroll down. And hold up, that's 107. So if we keep scrolling, Exhibit 2 should be 109. And that's 109. And then if we can scroll down just a little bit further, and a little bit further. All right, and then can we blow it up a little bit? And then it's pretty small, but are you able to see there underneath the word California, it says BG4?
Yes,
And is it your understanding that that stands for Block Group 4?
yes, that's how I would interpret it.
And can you see there that Hood is within Block Group 4?
Yes, we've already established that.
Well, I established that Hood was in Census Tract 99. This is to establish that Block Group 4 is within Census Tract 99 and Hood is within Block Group 4, correct?
I see where you're going.
But
Yes,
is that correct?
yes, this map shows that Hood is in block group 4.
All right. So Professor Tomlin's statement that CDP Hood is within Block Group 4, which is within Census Tract 99, is correct, isn't it?
It is correct, and I did not
Okay.
dispute it in my testimony.
Well, you say here that do we want to go back to your testimony then? Is that?
It's where you want to go, Mr. Brodsky.
Well, does the witness need to look at this map any further, or is that good enough?
No, I don't need to look at this map any
Okay, then
further.
I'd like to go back to EWR 1300.
R, 1300 R.
R, thank you. And that says there, beginning at line 10. A CDP is composed of multiple tracts, block groups, or blocks in an unnamed, unincorporated area. And that's not correct with regard to Hood CDP, Census Tract 99, and Block Group 4, correct?
Apparently, it's not with regard to that particular location.
Okay. And isn't it true that the overwhelming majority of CDPs are in the same nesting order, that the CDP is within the block group and the block group is within the census tract?
I don't remember precisely.
You don't remember?
Just-
Okay. Let's go back to let's go to AHO 1195. And then let's go to page 12, please. And let's scroll up. It must be on the previous page. There we go. There we go. So can you see at the bottom of the page there in the footer? It's pretty small. So if we need to blow it up, we'll. But can you see that that says Delta Conveyance Project Final EIR, December 2023?
Yes, I see that.
And do you recognize that this is from chapter 29?
I do.
Okay. And then do you see on the left-hand side of the page, just above where it says San Joaquin County, it says Census Tract 99 in 4 places.
Yes,
And then next to that, each Census Tract 99 going down, it goes down 1, 2, 3, 4, correct?
those are the block groups.
And so those block groups, according to this chart, block groups 1, 2, 3, and 4 are within Census Tract 99, correct?
Yes,
All right. So,
block groups are within tracts.
but that's not what you said. That's not what you said in your testimony. You say in your testimony, a CDP is composed of multiple tracts. Isn't it true when you wrote that you just got confused? We all do it sometimes.
Objection. Argumentative.
Isn't it true that you were confused?
I would
Same
say,
objection.
look,
But let's try it more directly, Mr. Brodsky. I mean, Ms. Wolf can say whether it's correct or incorrect.
Isn't it true that your statement that a CDP is composed of multiple tracts incorrect?
well, I thought it was accurate at the time because I saw that information somewhere. I didn't make it up.
Is it possible you just misread your source of information?
I suppose that's possible.
Okay, fair enough. But as of now, your understanding is that a block group is within a census tract, correct?
There's a difference between tract and CDP. The tract is the larger geography. So a CDP could be within a tract.
Well, we just saw that Hood CDP is within block group 4, correct? That's what you said.
Which is within Census Tract 99.
Correct.
Tract potentially contains the CDP and the block group.
Okay, but in your testimony, it says a CDP is composed of multiple tracts. And your understanding as of today is that that's not the case, right?
Apparently, it's not always the case.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to that's all the questions I have for this witness. Thank you very much, Ms. Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky, and thank you, Ms. Wolf. So we have, just to check in where we are, I think, Mr. Brodsky, you indicated you have about 45 minutes for Mr. Volk and Ms. Buchholz. And
I'm
right?
sorry, go ahead.
And then I believe we have Mr. Moore, who has questions for Mr. Murdoch. Am I missing anyone in that for this panel? Okay. So I think with that, Mr. Brodsky, what we should do is proceed with the remainder of your questions and try to get through them. Well, were you going to revise your estimate?
I was going to revise my estimate.
Okay,
I was hoping that some of the answers from Ms. Wolf would shorten my session with Mr. Volk, but she was not able to answer those questions. So I think it may be back to the hour and 15 minutes again.
Okay.
How long did I take with, well, anyway, that's what I think.
It was an hour and 25 according to my,
Okay, fair
Okay.
enough.
um, let's go ahead and proceed and start with Mr. Volk and Ms. Buchholz. Before we break for lunch, which I would like to break right around noon, let's check in and we'll develop a plan for which witnesses will go this afternoon. Right now, the estimate I had from protestants for cross-exam of Mr. Goshi was 115 minutes, so about 2 hours. But if we can get through Mr. Goshi, that might make sense. So I'm going to we'll check in before we break for lunch and decide on an appropriate time for a lunch break. And if you're ready to proceed, Mr. Brodsky.
We just need to locate.
And we also need to bring up Mr. Volk. So if I'll look to the hearing
Here's
team,
my
can we
Volk
please elevate Mr. Volk?
cross-examination notes about that. Okay. I think I've got
We're
this
also
done.
elevating Mr. Volk, Mr. Brodsky. So
Let's see, it says here, the co-host has asked you, why did my video go off? Should I go and turn it back on?
welcome, Mr. Volk. And then,
Hello.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Brodsky, are you planning to start with Mr. Volk or Ms. Buchholz, or do we need both?
Mr. Volk.
Okay, please.
Okay, could we have a good morning, Mr. Volk?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Thanks, fine, thank you. So if we could go to AHO 1183. And to page 31 when we get it up. And then if we could look at lines 20 to 24. Uh, 20 to 24. Actually, we should, yeah, okay. If the sentence starting, if impact drivers are used, if you could just refresh your recollection on that, starting at that sentence and just going to the end of the paragraph.
From 18 to 24. Okay.
Correct, yeah. Just take a minute and take a look at that. We don't need to read it aloud.
But I'm sorry, did we miss how this was tied to the rebuttal testimony? Or did we just skip right to this document?
I skipped right to this document. If you want me to refer, I was trying to save time. If you want me to refer to his rebuttal testimony, I can.
Do we have a question up yet?
The question is that that during the time that impact driving is being done on the sheet pile, that the noise level will be 110 dBA Lmax at 50 feet. Is that correct?
That's what it says here. I was just wondering which part of my rebuttal testimony does this relate to?
It relates to your statement that Mr. Salter's use of Lmax was inappropriate, or rather that you did not use Lmax, you used LEQ, and that the Federal Transit Association doesn't recommend the use of Lmax, they recommend the use of LEQ.
So that would
Okay.
be page 5, paragraph 9, I think, if I'm right, Ms. Brodsky.
Yeah, let me get his testimony.
Or pages 5 to 6, paragraph 9.
Yeah. So let's see. Yes. That's on page 5, starting at line 20. And it says that as for the
I
use
think,
of,
yeah, we see that, Mr. Brodsky. Please, if you can state the question again.
okay,
Yes.
the question is looking at lines 18 to 24 here on AHO 1183. That says that during the time impact pile driving of the sheet pile is taking place, that the sound level would be 110 dBA Lmax at 50 feet.
I agree. That's what it says.
Okay, and then it also says that during that same time, the 1 hour LEQ would be 101 dBA 1 hour LEQ.
Yes, that's what it says. Yes.
Okay, and the 110 dBA is measured, correct?
That was a measurement that was taken from the reference document that I cited.
Right. But in general, an Lmax sound level is a level that you can go out with a sound meter and you can measure it, correct?
Correct. Sound level meters have the capability to measure maximum as well as other types of metrics.
Fair enough. But the 1 hour LEQ is calculated from the Lmax, correct?
Yes, it's calculated from using standard acoustical methods from the sound energy that's produced over 1 hour.
Okay, fair enough. And the 1 hour LEQ is the average of the sound energy occurring over 1 hour, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And according to this paragraph here, at 50 feet, the difference between the Lmax and the LEQ during the time of impact driving the sheet pile is 9 dBA, correct?
Yes, the difference between those values is 9 dBA. Right.
And an increase of 10 dBA is generally perceived as a doubling of loudness, correct?
Well, I agree with that, but I mean, I think the 9 decibel difference that we just described, you're talking about 2 different metrics. So it's not exactly comparable. I mean, it's really just the difference between 2 numbers.
Okay, fair enough. So the Lmax of 110 would be measured at the moment that the pile driver strikes the pile, correct?
That is when you would expect the Lmax to occur, yes.
Okay, and the LEQ takes that number and also takes periods during the hour periods when there's lesser noise and periods when there's quiet, and it averages all that together, correct?
It accounts for all the pile strikes that would occur during that hour. So in this example, we have impact driving occurring for 2 minutes at a time for a total of 8 minutes within an hour.
Mhm. But my question was the LEQ figure takes into account it's an average, and that average includes the moments when the pile driver is striking the pile at 110 dBA. It includes the time periods in that hour when the pile driver isn't working and you may hear other construction equipment. And it includes the periods within that hour where it may be quiet, correct?
Uh, I think that characterization is reasonable.
Okay, fair enough. All right, now could we go to HCC SCDA 60, please? And if we could go to page 5, please. And if we could look at paragraphs 20 and 21, let's look at paragraph 20. And Mr. Salter says that a noise level of 70 dBA extends to cover most of the town of Hood, and 65 dBA extends to cover all of Hood. And do you dispute that calculation, LMAX? You
Well,
didn't dispute that in your written testimony, correct?
So outside the scope of rebuttal.
Well, we can clarify what's in your written testimony. So go ahead, Mr. Volk.
my testimony doesn't discuss this figure prepared by Dr. Salter.
Okay. And then he says the next paragraph, we calculate the level of noise reaching the Willow Ballroom's outdoor event area to be approximately 72 dBA LMAX. Your testimony does not dispute that either, correct?
My testimony focuses on why we used LEQ instead of LMAX, because that is the guidance recommended by FTA. So that we used LEQ rather than LMAX.
I understand that that's your focus, but I'm sorry, I'll let you finish. Did interrupt you?
No, that was all. Yeah.
Okay. So I understand that the emphasis of your testimony is that you used LEQ, but what I'm asking here is that Mr. Salter calculated that 72 dBA LMAX would reach the Willow Ballroom, and nowhere in your testimony do you dispute that, correct?
Well, not in my testimony, but this is getting back to redirect, but I remember we did have some discussion about this, and what I said in previous remarks was that this is not the same model. It's a different technique was used.
Okay.
So I believe it's addressed in earlier proceedings.
Okay, and then if we could scroll up, he shows his calculations there. He shows his formula, correct?
Objection, this is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. The witness has already stated that.
Well, let's go with this one question. Do you see the formula, Mr. Volk?
Yes, I see the formula.
Right.
And is there something wrong with this formula that he used?
Again, outside the scope
Now
of
we're
the
outside
rebuttal.
the scope. That's fair.
Okay.
Mr. Brodsky, please.
All right, fair enough. Let's go to HCC SCDA 63, please. Now you referred to this map in your written testimony, correct?
Can you show me where I refer to this map?
Okay.
It's page 5, paragraph 8, I believe.
Which exhibit are we looking at right now?
I'm looking at DWR 716.
Oh, I'm sorry, 716? Then I misunderstood.
That's the rebuttal testimony of Jason Volk.
No,
No.
I'm sorry. What I'm asking is the figure that's currently displayed. Which exhibit is that from?
That is HCC SCDA 63, which is an exhibit that we submitted.
Oh,
Ms. Mullen, can we go to DWR 716? It's the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Volk. Is there an R? I'm not sure if we have an R on this one or not.
There's no R on 716.
There's no R. Okay, 716 is as is. And then go ahead and go to page 5. And the first line in paragraph 8, is this the reference you're referring to, Mr. Brodsky? Are we in the right, did I bring us to the right place?
I have just paired, no,
Okay.
let me just find it. I'm sorry.
I state that this appears to be, I don't know, I think there might have been some confusion about, I can look into this, HCC 63 versus HCC 63, because I understand the map pulled up was 63, but if you look at the context, this is talking about the California model
Yeah,
community
yeah.
noise control, so there
Ye-
might be a citation error.
Yes,
Let me,
I think that may be an error, and I apologize for that. It appears that the exhibit is intended to refer to an excerpt from the Model Community Noise Ordinance.
all right, so I was looking at on page 4, line 13, it says DWR 712 was also used as the basis for protests in exhibit HCC SCDA 63.
I'm
Are we-
sorry, where are we looking?
I'm looking at, wait a minute.
Do you mean page 3?
Yes, page 3, I'm sorry. Page 3, line 13, DWR 712 was also used as the basis for protest in exhibit HCC SCDA 63.
Yes, okay, I see that.
Okay, and you're raising an issue there, that there was some misunderstanding of the 50 dBA noise contour on DWR 712, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so I want to then clarify what that affects by looking at, on 63, by looking at HCC SCDA 63.
I see.
Okay, so if we could have that HCC SCDA 63, please. Okay, and so Mr. Salter has there in the upper left a yellow box with red text that says approximate boundary of 7 dBA noise, impact pile driving LMAX. And then that points to 2 yellow circles. And your testimony was not intended to and didn't dispute Mr. Salter's conclusion that those yellow circles represent the extent of the 70 dBA LMAX, correct?
Objection, this is outside the scope.
Well, I don't know. When I read the testimony and he's talking about there's a misunderstanding about the 50 dBA and then refers to the base map that we used for this exhibit.
I think I'll allow the question, please, Mr. Volk.
Yeah, well, as I talked about earlier, it uses a different technique. It doesn't take into account ground attenuation, for instance. So our model includes the effects of ground attenuation and the topography. So
But was any of that in your rebuttal
Mr.
testimony?
Brodsky,
I'm sorry.
let Mr. Volk finish.
I'm sorry, Mr. Volk. Please go ahead.
It uses a different technique. Okay, so I feel like taking a simple acoustical calculation and making a comparison with the rigorous modeling we did using topography, ground type, those types of factors. I mean, it's just not entirely comparable. I mean, I'll just put it that way.
Okay.
if I may speak to the concern that you raised about the LMAX level in general. As I stated in my testimony, well, I guess it was my presentation that I gave on Monday. I spoke about the durations of pile driving. And I think we should bring up the table.
Well, I'd like to finish.
Let's go back to Mr. Brodsky's questions, and then on redirect, we can go here if that's where
All right.
council would like to go.
And so you just said you just were discussing the use of different models and so forth, but you didn't put any of that in your rebuttal testimony, did you?
I didn't address this in my rebuttal testimony. It was addressed, I believe, earlier in the case in chief, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And your discussion there of the misunderstanding of the 50 dBA boundary, that doesn't affect Mr. Salter's presentation here, does it?
Again, this is outside the scope, and this is what it's going to cause confusion in the record, because now Mr. Brodsky is soliciting questions that are outside the scope and then saying you didn't say this in your rebuttal testimony. So
that was quite confusing, but I think this question is fair, which is whether my understanding of the question is whether the confusion you raise, Mr. Volk, in paragraph 5 affects the figure shown before us. Mr. Brodsky, you can rephrase. Is that an accurate understanding of the question you were trying to ask, Mr. Brodsky?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get it.
Why don't you ask your question again?
Make it concise. Your concern about the 50 dBA boundary in your rebuttal testimony is not directed at Mr. Salter's representation of the extent of noise levels here, right?
No, I did not prepare this figure or this model. My testimony relates to the modeling that was done in the final EIR.
Okay, fair enough. So let's go to the next subject then, which is your chart, which I believe is DWR 718.
Mr. Brodsky, this one is 718R, just for the record.
Okay, yes, correct. I got that. I found that. There it was 718R. Thank you, though, Ms. Morris. Okay, and in the first row under impact pile driving, you state 18 hours of impact pile driving, correct? In the
Well,
1, 2, 3,
yeah.
fourth column over.
In the fourth column over, we're looking at impact pile driving, which would occur for 18 hours over 5 to 6 weeks at each intake. That's for the cofferdam sheet piles. Yes.
Okay. What I was going to ask is that 18 hours total or 18 hours at each intake? And I think you just answered that it's 18 at each intake for a total of 36, correct?
They would be at different locations, but so I think 18 hours at each intake is a more accurate way to characterize it.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and that you're saying it's two different locations at the two intakes. The sheet pile installation will be staggered by about 1 year from one intake to the other. Is that correct?
I would like to ask Adam Murdoch to answer that question.
Yeah, yes, that is correct. About
Okay,
1 year apart.
thank you. Okay, could we then skip to DWR 1158, please? And this is the FTA transit manual that you say you followed in your noise analysis, correct?
We use the
Objection,
guidance. Yeah.
misstates testimony.
I don't think it does. It says he followed the recommendations of the FTA manual. Let's find it. Well, let's let the witness answer.
He
Where
already answered.
where
think
should I
you can
look,
move
Mr.
on.
Brodsky, for the testimony?
Okay. Okay, at page 5, line 20, it says DWR followed the recommendations of the Federal Transit Administration FTA Transit Noise and Vibration Manual.
I see that. Thank you. And then your question for Mr. Volk was?
Okay, so then I would like to go to just trying to establish what this was starting out. If we could go to page 7.
And just so you know, Mr. Brodsky, probably after this line of questioning, we'll break for lunch. So
Okay.
just let me know when you're switching topics.
Is that page 7?
You want page 7?
Yes.
PDF
page
7?
PDF page 7.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry, when I say page numbers, I'm referring to PDF unless otherwise stated.
So you want the table of contents here?
Yes, it's a section of the table of contents. And if we just scroll down there to section 7, yes, and section 7 says noise and vibration during construction. And then 7.1, construction noise assessment, and it gives the steps there. And did you use that as a guide for your noise analysis?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what portion of the noise analysis that we're referring to.
Well, this gives steps for conducting a noise analysis for construction. And I'm just asking, even did you refer to this?
Did I refer to this table
Section
of contents?
7.1 in this FTA manual when you were conducting your noise analysis?
Again, so outside the scope to the extent it goes beyond Lmax versus LQ, which was what this was cited for. And vague and the question is vague and ambiguous as to what portion or what standard Mr. Brodsky is referring to.
So Mr. Brodsky, are you going to ask questions of Mr. Volk about the Lmax versus LQ distinction?
No, I finished with that, but he said he
Then
followed.
why are we on this? What does this connect to in his testimony?
This connects to his statement that they followed the FTA Transit Noise Manual.
With respect to Lmax and LQ.
Okay.
Right.
I understood that they just followed it.
That is not what his rebuttal testimony says, so I think we would need to move on.
Okay. You state in here that
And is this are we moving on to a new
No,
line?
I'm staying with this document. I'm just trying to go at it another way. You stay here on page 6, the rebuttal regarding the appropriateness of refining elements of noise control measures as additional information becomes available. That's on page 6. And that's,
Sorry, are we page, what's up and you said to stay on is,
no, this is
are
in
you
his
talking about his
testimony.
testimony and what lines, please?
Page 6, line 8 is where the title is. May I go on?
Please.
Okay. And so this concerns then, this refinement concerns refining which mitigation measures you're going to use, correct?
I think that this part of my rebuttal is specific to the principle of investigating feasibility of noise mitigation during a pre-construction period. So I think it's more about timing and process than about the specific measures. I mean, the specific measures are outlined in the final EIR.
So for instance, at page 7, well, I guess we'll have to go back to his testimony and then come back to this. I apologize about that. Should we break for lunch then?
Let's go ahead and do that, but not before we do. According to my math, which is lawyer math, but hopefully I put this together, we are not going to get through the remainder of this. Well, we're not going to get through this line of questioning Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Goshi, which means I think either Mr. Murdoch or Mr. Goshi will need to be deferred until we meet again March 23rd through 25th. I look really to DWR and state water contractors as to your preference on that and your proposal as, in terms of availability of your witnesses. You don't have to decide right at this moment, but if you have an answer or want to provide input now, otherwise we can talk about it when we reconvene. I also want to say, Mr. Krieger, Ms. Pryor, we will not be, I don't think we will reach Ms. Pryor today, although I guess if we didn't go with it hadn't occurred to me until now, if we didn't go with Mr. Goshi, possibly we could wrap up Ms. Pryor. I'm not sure. Mr. Krieger, did you want to jump in?
My preference, and I don't know if DWR is agreeable to this, but my preference would be for Mr. Goshi to go today. As we all know, he's not available tomorrow, and I do not know what his availability is at the end of March. And so I would have to confer with him about that. So I do know he's available today and would prefer that we get through his testimony today if possible, if DWR is amenable to that.
And then Ms. Carroll, again, I don't mean to put you on the spot. You're welcome to say, let's talk about this after lunch, but do you have a response at this time?
Yeah, I would like to go to after lunch. I would like to confer with Mr. Murdoch on his schedule.
And Mr. Krieger and Ms. Carroll, maybe if necessary, you two can confer. Mr. Moore, yes, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just for preparation purposes, this may go at cross purposes with what Ms. Carroll just said, but it would be helpful to have a sense of whether it's likely that Mr. Murdoch will be going today or on a different day.
Well, Mr. Moore, we weren't aware that you had cross-examination questions for Mr. Murdoch until this morning, so I think I am going to defer and say we were going to come to this after lunch, and I'm sorry to keep you on the hook that way, but this was a surprise. I think our schedule would have worked, but for that information. So I think it's fair to give Mr. Krieger and Ms. Carroll a moment to work out when they're going to make their witnesses available later on. With that, is there anything else for us to talk about before we break? My plan would be to come back at 12:45. We'll make this a brief lunch and go from there. All right. Then with that, thank you, and I will see you at 12:45. All right, welcome back in our whirlwind day. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And then I see we have Mr. Brodsky. I will look to the DWR team. We have Ms. Carroll, we have Mr. Krieger, we have Mr. Volk. First, I think hopefully we have Mr. Moore listening, but Ms. Carroll, I guess I will look to you. Did you come to some resolution with Mr. Krieger, if you conferred, about whether we proceed with Mr. Goshi today or finish the cross of Mr. Murdoch?
I did.
Yes, we did get to meet and convert. I'm going to check my notes so I get this right. Let's see. So we would like to finish with Mr. Murdoch and Ms. Buchholz today, and then have Mr. Goshi go on the afternoon of the 25th, if possible. Ms. Pryor can also go today and is available tomorrow morning to finish if needed.
Wonderful. That sounds, and thank you for conferring on that. I know that we had a short lunch and that probably cut into your lunchtime. Are there any, I will look to the room, are there any concerns about that approach? All right, then we will proceed in that way. So I understand Mr. Goshi is excused for today. And thank you to Mr. Goshi for standing by. We will hear from Mr. Goshi on the afternoon of the 25th. And then we will continue as planned with Mr. Brodsky's cross-examination. We will go to Mr. Moore with Mr. Murdoch and maybe Ms. Buchholz or others on the panel. And then we will look to Ms. Pryor and get through as much as we can today and finish tomorrow morning. With that, I think let's turn back to Mr. Brodsky.
Good afternoon. So, Mr. Volk, looking at your rebuttal testimony regarding the appropriateness of refining elements of noise control measures later on, after additional information becomes available. So as I understand it, the measures in the noise control plan, NOI1, you would have more information when you have the actual noise level of the pile driving as to where you would put the barriers, perhaps what kind of shrouds you would use, and this investigation later on would be basically to figure out how best to implement the practices and so forth that are in measure NOI1. Is that correct?
Yeah, I agree basically with how you've characterized it.
Okay, fair enough. And so, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
I'm sorry, just clearing my throat.
Okay. All right. So if we could go then to AHO 1183, page 65 to take a look at that menu of measures that you'll be tailoring and refining. Okay, so on page 65, if we could go down the page a little bit. NOI1. Okay, it says under measure NOI1, dealer and project contractors will develop and implement a noise control plan. So this will be done closer to the start of construction when you have a contractor on board. Is that right? Does I understand that right?
I would like to pass that question to Glenn Buchholz, please.
So could you make sure I have it in my head? Could you replace the repeat the question specifically?
So it says under mitigation measure NOI1 that DWR and project contractors will develop and implement a noise control plan. And so my understanding of that is this will be done closer to the start of construction when you have a contractor on board, a contractor that's actually going to build the intakes. Do I understand that right?
What usually happens is in what I would envision, but usually happens is in the specifications, we include all of the noise criteria that must be met. And then the project contractors are required to submit a noise control plan for review by DWR and any other regulatory agencies, including resource agencies with respect to some of the features. We'll have to have that reviewed by California Department of Fish and Wildlife because of noise issues for wildlife or fisheries.
Okay. And so that would be then that you'll have several contractors bid the job, and after you've identified the successful contractor who's going to do the work, then that contractor would do this. Is that right?
And the biddable plans and specifications would require preparation and submission of the noise control plan of how they're going to use means and methods to meet the noise criteria.
Okay, fair enough. And the contractor will understand that the installation of the sheet pile is going to be done by vibratory driving. Is that correct for the most part?
So that's yes, in accordance with the environmental commitments in the environmental documents and in the permits, it would say that we were going to maximize the use of either drilling or vibration of installation of these sheet piles unless we've hit refusal, and that would all be specified based in this specification and based upon future geotechnical investigations we'd have done before the completion of design.
Okay, fair enough. And you mentioned there when you hit refusal, so where the EIR discusses possibly 2 minutes of impact driving on each sheet pile, but maybe not. That depends on how hard the ground is to get refusal. If I say that right, okay.
And if I may add, the information in the environmental impact report was developed based upon very, very preliminary geotechnical investigations at this time.
Okay. All right. Okay, so then the measures in the best noise control practices, which is on page 67 of this document. So we've got the noise shrouds for pile drivers. So your contractor then you would work with to try to find out what the best material for the shrouds is. Maybe try one shroud, try a different kind of shroud, see what works the best. Is that it?
So if you're asking me, during the design phase, there will be pilot studies at one of the intakes to test the different noise shrouds or other noise abatement methods. And that will influence what's placed in the design specifications.
Okay.
And those are they're required by the environmental commitments, mitigation measures, environmental commitments, and also the incidental take permit condition of approval.
Okay. And then if we could scroll down a little further at the bottom of the page, it says installation of temporary sound barriers at work areas. And so the on-site testing with the actual contractor then would allow you to know better where to put the barriers and whether they'll work or not. Is that how that'll work?
That'll be done somewhat during design too, before the contract is advertised for bid. So, and when we finally get the exact features and the locations in the design document, we can, as I discussed this on Monday of this week and previous questioning, is that we look at, when we're doing the design, we look at the final placement of the structures, the height, the width, and all of that, and then look at the noise modeling usually at that point in time to determine if it should be included in the design or how we want to specify that in the specifications.
Okay, fair enough. Could we then have, I'm sorry, I was going to ask at the beginning if it had been uploaded to the file, but I wanted to see HCC SCDA 113. Could we blow that up a little bit? That's good, thank you. So this type of press-in installation of the pile driver of the sheet pile, that would involve no driving at all, correct?
I would like to have Adam Murdoch respond to this.
No impact driving and no vibratory driving is what I meant to say.
Again, I'm not familiar with this document or this process.
Oh,
I don't know if Adam
is
Murdoch.
Adam
I'd just like to object. This appears to
Yeah.
be outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. I don't know where Mr. Brodsky's going with this, but the testimony of Mr. Volk was about why it was appropriate to do testing before finalizing a mitigation plan. This feels like a far beyond that.
Well, Mr. Brodsky, just generally, where are we going?
Where we're going with this is that if they wait till later, after the contract is let, what she says, after the contract is let and the contractor's already bid the job, it would be too late to use this kind of technology. And this is actually effective and would reduce, so we don't have any noise at all.
Well, so the first question I think was, remind me, what is the question that's on the table right now, please?
The question on the table was that this type of silent piling, you have no vibratory driving and no impact driving. And Ms. Buckle said she needed to defer that to Mr. Murdoch.
But how does that relate to what you just said with respect to the timing of different elements of noise control?
Okay, so then let's put that in the form of a question. If you've already let the contract and the contractor will have bid the job based on the specifications of using a little bit of impact driving and vibratory driving for the sheet pile, it would be too late then to switch the whole method of installation, wouldn't it? He's already got his contract.
Well, first of all, let me just say that we wouldn't make any of these decisions without more geotechnical investigations. And that's what makes a decision. I'm not familiar with this brochure, but as we said in the EIR, we're going to do the geotech and in the EPR, we'll do complete geotechnical investigations on that process, and then we know how much of the piles could be drilled, how many of them could be vibrated, how much would have to go to impact if it doesn't work. But it really is going to depend, and that's all done during design phase.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing that I can say is that, as the EIR has said, and as the PR said, we would minimize the use of impact driving only if drilled or vibratory was not adequate for the technical conditions at that location.
Okay. And so this silent piling technology, it says there, it's a press-in method variations. So this isn't mentioned, any of the press-in method isn't mentioned anywhere in the EIR or anywhere in Mr. Volk's testimony. So as of now, this isn't on your radar screen at all, is it?
Objection outside the scope. There's no foundation for what silent piling press-in is, or if anyone even knows about it, and no one's discussed it by Mr. Brodsky's own admission.
I think that's right. Mr. Brodsky, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, the response is that Mr. Murdoch's testimony is that it's appropriate to wait until construction starts to finalize the noise control plan. And I'm saying it's not appropriate to wait.
I think this sounds like more appropriate to come in on your rebuttal.
I don't know that we're going to be able to do rebuttal, but that's, in any case, I think it's appropriate for cross-examination.
I continue to object that it's
noted, and I think we should move to the next part of this,
Okay, it's still on the silent piling.
right? Let's
And
see what the question is.
that would be, if we could see SCDA 112. And then this is the hard ground press-in method. And then if we could scroll down a little bit. Then there in the lower left, it says features of hard ground applicable to ground conditions with a max SPT-N value over 50. What is that SPTN? Is that a measure of hardness?
Objection, lacks foundation, outside the scope of rebuttal.
It might be, but let's, if there's please, if you're able to respond.
I am not able, but I would ask if Mr. Murdoch has any ideas about this.
Yeah, so the SPTN value that you're referring to, that's often referred to as blow counts. And so when we're conducting geotechnical investigations, that's a test that's done to measure how hard or what the resistance of the ground is. So the higher the number, the harder the ground.
Okay. Okay, and then I had one other question. I'm trying to find it on here. Well, two other questions, actually. Then there, the feature of hard ground press-in method. The second bullet point says applicable to construction over water. And then I have one other question. Are you familiar with a pile installation company in West Sacramento called Blue Iron?
Objection, relevance, outside the scope.
What is the relevance, Mr. Brodsky?
The relevance is that they advertise that they're the leader in silent piling technologies, and they're right here in Sacramento.
So, hearing officer Kinsey, I am struggling with this.
I know the scope, right?
But it's also going, it's not fair to us for rebuttal that these issues were not raised in their direct, and now they're asking, and this happened with Miss Wolf too, where there's stuff that was not raised in direct in the testimony. The questions are allowed to go on, and we couldn't have known or responded to it, and it's just fundamentally unfair to the witnesses. And it creates a very messy record, and I'm not sure how you want us to deal with it, but I just don't think it's appropriate to be able to bring up stuff on rebuttal that wasn't raised in direct and then say, why didn't you consider this?
Well, I'm doing my best to keep us within the scope of all of these things, noting that, I mean, in Ms. Wolf's case, she was a new witness. I don't think that changes the rules, but that was an element of my consideration there, but that was the first opportunity for these parties to ask her questions. This is different. And I think here I'm looking at the scope of the testimony of Mr. Volk, and now we're hearing testimony from Mr. Murdoch on questions that I'm not sure are directly coming out of Mr. Volk's rebuttal testimony. So I will ask you to move on, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay. Let me just ask one more question about this that is it, would DWR be willing to look into this? Consider looking into it.
Objection, outside the scope.
I agree. Let's move on.
Fair enough. That's all I have. Thank you, hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky.
And for clarification,
yes,
Mr. Brodsky, does that mean you are complete with Mr. Volk and Ms. Buchholz?
Correct.
Thank you.
I think that means next we go to Mr. Moore. I had questions about something I think it makes sense to bring up now. And it's for Mr. Volk, since you're here. If we can go to, I have DWR 718R, which I believe is this revised, or maybe it's a new chart, but a clarification of the timing. If we can bring that up, Ms. Mullen, please. 718, DWR 718R. And I'm looking, Mr. Volk, on the cofferdam sheet piles, that row, and then the column for impact pile driving, where the estimate is 18 hours over 5 to 6 weeks at each intake. Now I'm going to ask you a question based on my recollection, so please feel free to correct me if my recollection is wrong. But as I recall, the way the impact, and maybe this is not a question for you because this is about, this actually may be a question for Mr. Murdoch or others. So now that I think about it, this really isn't about the noise, it's about how the construction is going to occur. So I apologize. It may be for you, Mr. Murdoch. My recollection of how the impact pile driving would work is that you would have roughly 2 minutes of impact pile driving and then 15 minutes of vibratory pile driving. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, yes, that's how the estimate was put together.
Okay. So this 18 hours, is that a compilation of 2 minutes?
Yes, that's
impact
adding up
pile
all of the 2 minutes for the sheet pile for the impact pile driving.
Okay. So I mean, I could do, so if you were to consider, well, let me break it down this way. I just want to make sure my math is right here. So if I took 18 hours, which I believe comes out to you may need a calculator, 1,080 minutes. Does that seem about right? 1,080 minutes and 18 hours?
Here, I can check your math if you give me just
Please
a minute
do.
here.
Yeah.
You're wondering how many minutes are in 18 hours?
Yeah.
So if I take 18 and times that by 60 minutes an hour,
I get that
1,080 minutes.
1,080 minutes. Okay. And then if we divide that by 2 for 2 minutes,
yep,
then that means we have 540 instances. I don't know what we want to call them. Segments.
Yeah, sheet pile pairs is what they were.
Pairs. Okay. And if but the total length of a pair, I don't know if that's what you call it, is 17 minutes. As used for the estimate, it's 2 minutes of pile driving plus impact pile driving plus 15 minutes of vibratory pile driving.
If I may, that was an assumption we used to develop the model,
right?
Just to estimate like a concentrated time of work where there would be more impact and pile driving compared to other times.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is how many days, if this impact pile driving is 18 hours total, how many days does it go on where you have this impact pile driving occurring every 15 minutes? Right, we can do the math. I don't know if we need to do it out to the end, but that's what I was trying to understand. Is that number anywhere to your knowledge, is that number anywhere in the record?
So the time period at which that would occur, it would be over a 5 to 6 week time period. The number of days for the impact pile driving would be less than that, and I'm trying to remember. I believe there is a reference in the EIR.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number, but it's chapter 12, page 53. And it's 20, the number of days of pile driving is 21 days per intake.
Okay.
Now that doesn't necessarily mean that it occurs 21 days in a row.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay.
That's helpful. No, and thank you for that citation. That's what I was trying to make sure I understood. That is all I had. I wanted to get that in. I'm sorry, that wasn't exactly for you, Mr. But it was in terms of the estimate. With that interlude,
Sure.
thank you. I believe we can now go to Mr. Moore. If Mr. Moore is ready, I think we got through Mr. Brodsky's cross possibly quicker than anticipated. Mr. Moore, are you with us?
I am.
I
Can
see you
you?
coming off mute? And I can see you. Excellent.
Okay.
Please.
Roger Moore here for the California Water Impact Network. Mr. Murdoch, it's good to have you back. How are you this afternoon?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very good. I know you've been here before and presented a CV and all that regarding your extensive background. If I remember it correctly, your academic background and professional focus is engineering, correct?
That's correct, civil engineering.
And your rebuttal testimony, and here I'm referring to DWR 00035R, it references to the application of the AACE standards to the Delta Conveyance project. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Association for the Advancement of Cost Engineering.
I'm glad that you mentioned the acronym, and I realize that the word cost is in the term, and you are looking at that from an engineering perspective. But just to be clear on it, I'm correct in assuming, am I not, that you're not testifying here as a professional economist?
That's correct. I'm not a professional economist.
And would I be correct in also assuming that you are not here to speak based on a professional expertise with the revenue bond financing?
Yeah, that's not within my expertise, revenue bond financing.
Okay, understood. Thanks. Ms. Mullen, or do we still have Ms. Mullen this afternoon, or is it somebody else? I'd like to bring up DWR 00035R, the Mr. Murdoch's rebuttal testimony, if we can.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, sorry. Well, we're bringing that up. I was wondering, we do not have any redirect for Miss Wolf. I know Mr. San Louberbier had asked that, so I wanted to
Oh.
say that. And I was also wondering if we might dismiss her if
Understood.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So, and excuse our brief pause here, Mr. Moore. I will look to well, there may be nothing to say. It sounds like there's well, Mr. Moore, do you anticipate having any questions for Ms. Wolf?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And then with that, I'll just pause for a moment. Is there any concern, objection if I excuse Ms. Wolf at this time? It sounds like there is no redirect. And I'm pausing just to make sure I'm covering my bases. All right, then with that, please do extend to Ms. Wolf, or Ms. Wolf, if you're listening, thank you so much for your time and your testimony in this proceeding. It's very much appreciated, and you are excused. And with that,
Thank you. Good afternoon.
thank you. And with that, back to you, Mr. Moore, and thank you for that pause.
And thank you. I wonder if we could scroll down the page a bit and go to paragraph 2, which refers to your role as the DCA Engineering Design Manager. On lines 16 to 17, Mr. Murdoch, you indicate, do you not, that I am familiar with the cost estimate prepared by the DCA for the Delta Conveyance project.
Yes, that's what it says.
And do I understand correctly from, I don't think we need to move to it now, but paragraph 10 of your testimony and your oral testimony on Monday, I think as well, that uh, that document providing the DCA total project cost summary you're referring to is SOL 18, exhibit SOL 18.
Yeah, so the total project cost summary was presented in SLO 18. It was also presented in, I believe, DWR 00012. It's the same document.
Thank you. That was actually going to be my next question for you to confirm that. So you're reading my mind on it. So when you say familiar with, I assume from that you were then not the author of it yourself? That referring to SOL 18.
Yeah, I participated in the preparation of that document.
And what role did you have in the participation of that document?
As the engineering design manager.
Are you aware of whether that document refers to specific individual authors or whether it just refers to DCA as the authors of the report?
I'm not aware of specific authors. I believe it just refers to DCA, but if you have information otherwise.
You mentioned your role. Specifically, what other people in DCA prepared that report?
So we have a team of professional cost estimators. At the time it was put together, we did have an individual that helped lead the construction cost estimate that was put together.
But your testimony doesn't, your rebuttal testimony does not name them, correct?
That's correct.
And the report in SOL 18 also doesn't name them, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, but I guess I would have to scan the document and see.
Are you aware of any other witnesses that have testified in this proceeding that were also preparers of this report?
Objection, relevance, outside the scope. I think there's been several questions on this, and I've been patiently waiting to see where we're going.
What is the relevance, Mr. Moore?
Well, there are conclusions drawn in the report, and we have one person who indicated familiarity, but there are other authors that we don't have here to cross-examine, and I think it's fair to find out what we can about.
How does this relate to Mr. Murdoch's rebuttal, however?
I think I'm just going to move on. I don't
Okay,
want to
thank
take a
you.
whole lot of time with it. I think he's answered the question to the extent that we can here, and I want to get to other things. Now, concerning the content of this report, do you recall having some exchange with Ms. Meserve about class 4 and class 5 categories?
Yes.
And I believe you indicate later in your testimony, do you not, that there are some class 5 characteristics and some class 4 characteristics. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that class 4 is something that from under the AACE standards would be what you would do as what I think you called in your oral testimony an early stage estimate. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of whether the cost estimate in SOL 18 for the DCP includes capitalized interest?
I guess could you explain what you mean by capitalized interest?
I'm going to name a number of things that I do not see covered, and I believe that DWR has referenced elsewhere as not being included in this cost estimate, and I want to see if you agree with that. So I'll just give you the whole list in the interest of time. Capitalized interest, cost of issuance, bond reserves, contributions from public water agencies. Is your understanding as well that those are not included?
Objection, this is outside the scope of the testimony that has to do with projects and the appropriateness of projects that were provided in benchmarking studies.
It is very much within the realm of of an issue that has already come up here concerning the relevance of things like financing and other characteristics of cost escalation to the public interest issues underlying the cost of the DCP. So I
Which
think it's fair
are
to ask the question.
Which are outside the scope of the cost estimate, and there was a witness already that has been cross-examined as in regards to the benefit analysis and what was or wasn't included. So again, this is outside the scope.
Can you point, is there specific testimony, Mr. Moore, that you can help me with here? I mean, are you?
Well, I could refer to other documents, but I that have exhibit numbers, but I want to keep things moving and we can point to them elsewhere in the record. So
I'm just trying to understand which point that Mr. Murdoch made in his rebuttal testimony your question is directed to.
Well, I will be getting later to what is at the very end of the rebuttal testimony from Mr. Murdoch, which attempts to provide a critique of Mr. Buckley. Mr. Buckley's testimony expressly refers to a number of items that are not included in the estimate that is being discussed here today.
Okay, but so your intent is to critique or ask questions of Mr. Murdoch about his critique of Dr. Buckley.
Yeah, I will get to that, and I will try to do so efficiently. I actually thought about starting on paragraph 11 where he talked about that, and I think that the intent and the context and relevance of these probably would have been clearer if I started at the end rather than the beginning, and I apologize for that.
Well, understood. I know all right. I will allow this, and we may need the question again.
My understanding, based in part on two other exhibits in this proceeding, is that the cost estimate that is being discussed here in SOL 18 did not include capitalized interest, bond issuance costs, inflation, legal and land acquisition costs. Is that your understanding?
Overruled. Go ahead, please, Mr. Murdoch.
Well, I think what'll help answer a lot of these, and maybe you didn't catch this in my presentation where I tried to explain what the $20.1 billion estimate represents. It's an undiscounted estimate based in 2023 dollars. So that represents the cost of the project in year 2023 dollars. And a lot of those items that you mentioned there are items that the benefit cost analysis would have dealt with. So what I was presenting was a estimate of the project undiscounted in 2023.
So it's a benefit cost analysis that would come at a later stage, and in this instance, I believe that the exchange you had with Ms. Meserve referred to the cost benefit analysis prepared by Dr. Sunding, and my understanding is that you indicated that you had not reviewed the written version of his report, that you had heard him speak about it, correct?
I did not provide review to Dr. Sunding's work.
Also, objection, misstates testimony. Mr. Murdoch did not testify that this is a benefit cost analysis.
I didn't say that he did. It was simply his review or not of Dr. Sunding's testimony. I don't want to waste time with it, but I could refer to the specific point in
Well, let's go,
his
Mr. Moore.
testimony where he said he
I
didn't.
think your pending question was very simple, which was right to ask Mr. Murdoch whether it was correct that he had not reviewed Dr. Sunding's report. Did I paraphrase that correctly? I'm asking you, Mr. Moore, if that was your question.
No, I was simply confirming, and I probably actually don't even need to confirm it because,
Okay.
but he already spoke to it in response to Ms. Meserve. Let's
right.
go to back to the ACE categories. So if I understand you correctly, the analysis that you have focused on in your rebuttal testimony is in the context of class 4, and there are other classes, 3, 2, and 1, that would have more specific analysis, correct?
Yeah, so I tried to explain that on the, I think it was slide 3 of my presentation, that shows how the accuracy of the estimate narrows as you move into the lower numbered classes of estimate.
Okay.
So on that graph, if you have it there with you, you can see that, you start at a class 5 and work your way towards a class 1 estimate as the design of the project develops and before you go to construction.
Right. Now, so here, you're not claiming anything that would fall in categories class 3 through class 1, correct?
That's correct.
And reviewing other projects, have you conducted class 3, class 2, or class 1 analyses? Or is that
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
So are you asking me, have I been involved in cost estimate preparations that were considered class 2 and class 1?
have you yourself conducted that analysis?
Or
is it outside what you do?
I have a team of professional cost estimators that conduct that analysis, but I have often reviewed that analysis and been involved in all classes of estimates.
Okay. Let's go on to paragraph 11 of your testimony, rebuttal testimony, which I think is probably the main thing I wanted to focus on. So that would be on, let's see, page 4, I guess. Oh, you have it here. Okay. So you indicate in the first sentence here that Dr. Buckley made similar claims, referring back to, I think, what you had said about Dr. Michaels and the Oxford report, and bases his opinion on newspaper articles in the first part of that sentence, correct?
Yeah, I guess I heard you say Dr. Michaels, but this is related to Dr.
I'm sorry
Buckley
about
here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Does your testimony identify any inaccuracies in the references that he takes from those articles?
My testimony does not. Let me make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking if my testimony specifically identifies the inaccuracies in the information that he presents.
Yes, it doesn't mention any inaccuracies
Yeah.
at all, does it?
Well, and one thing I guess I would point out in his work, as well as the Oxford report, since you brought it up, the basis for their information that they present is they don't present the information that provides the basis for the information they present. Like, for example, on the Buckley analysis, Exhibit 1, that's in CWIN 818, it has a column there that says early estimate. And there's really no information that says, well, what point in time was that early estimate given? What was the basis for that estimate? For example, was it a class 5 or a class 1 estimate? I don't think that information's available.
Okay. Going back to since you mentioned that, the DCA report in SOL 18, is it not, do I not recall correctly that when questioned on this earlier, I think it came up, but I may be wrong about that. The SOL 18 doesn't actually say the specific class of AACE category either, does it?
Our report does say we consider it a class 4 estimate. If that's what you're asking, our report does say we consider this a class 4 estimate.
Is that an SOL 18 anywhere?
Yeah, and I guess I could refer you to in the appendix. I'm on page A14. We actually provide a section that talks about the estimate classification. So I don't know if you want to bring that document up.
Where would you like to go, Mr. Moore?
I want to go on to something else.
Okay.
The testimony from Dr. Buckley that you were just referring to also refers to numerous other reports, including quite a few that are referenced as CWIN exhibits. Those include 007, 008, 009, 010, 011, 012, 013, 014, 015, 016, 017, 020, 022, 023, and 024, all referred to in paragraph 11 of his testimony. does your rebuttal testimony identify any inaccuracies in his references to those reports?
Objection, this is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
He refers directly to this and uses he refers directly to Mr. Buckley's analysis in paragraph 18 and uses this table from part of Mr. Buckley's report.
You're just asking for clarification as to what is in Mr. Murdoch's rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that's all I'm doing, and then we
Please.
can move on.
Please, Mr. Murdoch.
Yeah, I was confused with the way you asked that because I guess I don't understand what paragraph 18 is. And I also, all of the other documents that you mentioned there, a string of them, I guess as we look at my testimony here, I was specifically referring to CWIN 18E. So I guess I'm confused as to what else you're talking about.
Well, CWIN 18 is the technical report that Mr. Buckley referenced in his testimony in CWIN 004 corrected, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we are talking about the same thing here. And you include an exhibit 1, in your testimony and your PowerPoint, correct? That takes I think it's 7 projects that are referenced in the Buckley report, correct?
That's right. And is there something else you're asking me about that?
Well, I want to go to the thing that you say next in paragraph 11 on 7 to 8. You indicate benchmarking studies should indicate evaluation of comparable projects in order to assess past performance. Do you recall in your responses to Ms. Meserve saying, and I think this is a quote, "I am not in the line of work of doing benchmarking studies"?
Yes, I remember that, and I guess the point of my testimony here is that at least with C1 18 was that the projects that Dr. Buckley presented are not, like it says here, not similar in size, scope, or purpose. And so to compare those projects and use that as the basis that we've understated the cost of the Delta Conveyance project is what my rebuttal testimony is saying here.
But based on what the quote that I just reminded you of, I take it that you are not drawing that conclusion from your own experience working on benchmarking studies, correct?
I'm drawing that from my own experience of recognizing the type of projects that are referenced,
Right.
both in this report and the lack of information provided in the Oxford report. And I can see that these projects are not comparable to the Delta Conveyance project. Only one of them is actually considered a water conveyance project. These are transportation projects. The Orville Spillway is on here. There's a desalination plant that was built down in San Diego. So it would have been nice to have comparable projects that were more comparable in scope.
Can you give me an example of a project that you consider a comparable project to the Delta Conveyance project in all the characteristics that you just referred to, size, scope, and purpose?
Objection outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Overruled. If you can answer, Mr. Murdoch.
I can give you an example of types of projects. Combined sewer overflow tunnels that you've heard of. There's a number of those projects that have been or being constructed around the world. The Thames Tideway Tunnel is a project like that. And so I would be looking for a tunnel project that conveys water. The Kensico Tunnel in New York City would be an example. You just need to look around for projects that are large diameter tunnel projects that convey water, moving water from one point to another.
So if I understand your response, the gist of it is essentially what you indicate in your testimony that it would be, you would look for a water conveyance project or something very close to that.
It's ideal and important to have a similar project when you're doing comparison.
And you rely heavily on the class 4 AACE standards in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to what portion. Are we still talking about Dr. Buckley in paragraph 11? Are we going back to previous testimony?
Where are we, Mr. Moore?
Okay, let me ask a more particular question about your understanding of class 4 AACE analysis. Is the methodology you use in applying class 4 specific to water conveyance projects?
I mean, that's kind of confusing when you're talking about methodology for doing a cost estimate versus classifying what type of a cost estimate is. So I guess I'm not quite understanding what you're asking, and I don't know if are you asking in relation to the accuracy of the estimate that we pointed out, or?
Well, you've offered a bunch of opinions in response to questions, but what I see actually written in your rebuttal testimony is after your statement that the projects are not similar in size, scope, or purpose, is that only one of the 7 would be considered a water conveyance project. So I think it's fair to ask, the AACE standards, are they specific to water conveyance or not?
Objection. This is outside the scope of the testimony. The witness's testimony as to AACE was regarding accuracy, not whether or when or what kinds of projects it should be applied to.
Overruled. Mr. Murdoch, please.
Well, I mean, this is very confusing to me, because are you saying that, well, since class 4 estimates are done on all types of infrastructure projects, then any type of infrastructure project can be used to compare to the Delta Conveyance project? I think that's what you're asking me, and my answer would be no.
Is that what you were asking, Mr.? It's up to you if you want to ask the original question again, Mr. Moore.
Well, I'm not sure I understand the response. Can you rephrase the response?
Can you go back and ask
There's
me?
no question on the record. If the question's not clear.
Well, Ms. Morris, your
ask.
witness responded to a different question, which is how we ended up here. So maybe, Mr. Moore, can we go back to the original, well, whichever question you would like, and put that on the table.
Okay, let me ask a more basic question. Would you agree that for various types of infrastructure projects, there are, for many of them, both similarities and differences?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to what similarities and difference, what are we comparing to one versus another kind of project?
Mr. Moore, can you rephrase? I'm not sure we need to go this far back. Well, I don't know where you're aiming here, so that was a vague question.
Okay, let's go down the list of specific projects that are referred to in this exhibit 1 of that is taken from Mr. Buckley's technical report in CWIN 18E that I believe is also in your PowerPoint. For the Big Dig project, the first one on the list, did you conduct any analysis yourself to explore the similarities and differences between that project and the DCP?
And can we pull up the table for the exhibit 1 that's in CWIN?
Sure. Why don't we pull it up? And I believe there is a corrected version of exhibit CWIN exhibit 18E, which is the germane one here. I
And
think
Mr.
the
Moore,
same
I
thing
think
is
it's
also in your
PDF
PowerPoint.
page 7, I think, if that's
It's 6
helpful.
or 7.
Thank you.
Maybe it may be on to 2 pages,
Here we are.
depending on what version you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So on the Big Dig, did you conduct any analysis yourself exploring similarities and differences between that and the DCP?
So when I reviewed this document, and you can also see the references that are provided below this table, I did went and look at the newspaper articles that were cited where this information came from. And I did know in some of them, well, like for example, the Big Dig, that's a project in Boston that's underneath busy city streets with buried utilities and high rises and all kinds of congestion. And quickly looked at that and said, well, our tunnel is out. Our tunnel is not dealing with busy city streets and utilities and traffic congestion and things like that. I also went and looked at the Orville Dam spillway article that was there. One thing I did notice on that project, that $200 million early estimate, that was prior to the flooding event of the Orville spillway. And as you read through that article that's cited there, it actually cites that after the flooding event, the early cost estimate was $870 million. And the $1.1 billion appears to be accurate as the final cost. And so I went through a number of these, just looking at them, looking at the references that are cited down there to the different newspaper articles, and quickly looked at them and came to my conclusion that, well, as I look at these projects, only one of them, the Pure San Diego project, which I believe is on the next page, is really relevant to the Delta Conveyance project.
And by relevant, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I was just about to tell you. The way that it's relevant, it's a conveyance project. It's a water conveyance project that's moving water. And so a lot of these other ones are roadway, tunnels or roadway projects, transportation projects. The desalination plant, I assume you're familiar with desalination treatment plants. And so when we look up the components that make up the cost of these projects, that's where I came to reviewing these. And after looking at them, said, well, the Pure Water San Diego project, that's similar in purpose. So that's I guess back to my testimony there. If we look at the last paragraph 11, that's the point that I was trying to make.
Okay, so your testimony references size, scope, or purpose. So you indicate that purpose is one criterion, but you would not say, would you, that the Pure Water San Diego project is comparable in size or scope, for example, to the Delta Conveyance project, would you?
Definitely not in size. The scope of the project has some similarities, but it is more related to the purpose. When you look at the scope of the Pure Water San Diego project, it's primarily a conveyance project. Pipelines, there is, I believe, it's about 1,000-foot long tunnel under is Interstate 805. And so it does have a tunnel. And so that's where this one aligned with scope and purpose.
When you were referring to water conveyance project earlier, you mentioned a number that were not in your rebuttal testimony. And I'm wondering if you are aware of any of them anywhere in the country that have been comparable in scope to the Delta Conveyance project.
Objection, it's outside the scope. I know the witness had to answer before, but it is outside the scope of his rebuttal testimony. And this seems like appropriate rebuttal testimony for Mr. Moore to submit.
I'm interested I would like to know the answer. Mr. Murdoch, if you have a response.
Well, my rebuttal testimony was reviewing the work that was done here in this document, as well as the Oxford report, and it I wasn't tasked with doing another analysis. So you're asking me. I mean, are you suggesting I should go do my own analysis?
No, well, I think I took the question and took it from Mr. Moore. My question, I'm just interested to know whether you're aware of another project of this that's similar in size, scope, and purpose of the Delta Conveyance project. Just sitting here today.
Oh, sure. The Kensico Tunnel in New York City.
And then I think back to you, Mr. Moore.
If you're aware of such a project, is there a reason that you did not include it in your rebuttal testimony?
Objection, outside the scope of the rebuttal.
I think Mr. Murdoch just testified to that he was asked to review Dr. Buckley's report. So there you have it, Mr. Moore. Let's move on.
I think I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Moore, do you have questions for any of the other panelists?
I do not.
Thank you. Then with that, I believe we have reached the end of cross-examination of this panel, at which point I would look to, I don't have any other additional questions. At this point, I will look to Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, whether, I think your two options are, do you have redirect, or would you like to take a break and then decide whether you have redirect?
We do not have redirect.
Understood. Easy enough. Then with that, I think I already excused Ms. Wolf, but I want to thank the other witnesses today, Mr. Murdoch, Mr. Volk, and Ms. Buchholz. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I know it's been a lot of time spent Monday and today, and thank you for your testimony, and you are excused.
Thank you.
with that, I realize we may need to readjust for Ms. Pryor, who I believe is up next and may not. Let's see, I'm not looking at my attendee list. Mr. Krieger, would it be helpful to take just a 5-minute break?
It would, and I want to make sure that Ms. Pryor has logged on and is available to be elevated. So if we could have 5 or 10 minutes, that would be great.
We can go ahead and do 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 2:07. Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Thank you. And I see we have a hand. We have Ms. Meserve. So I'll look to the team to please elevate Ms. Meserve. And hopefully it's not a residual hand. Good afternoon, Ms. Meserve. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Hi there, OSHA Reserve for Contra Costa County and others. Just to clarify, and I may have come back a minute late from lunch, but so we won't be hearing from Goshi today. Is that the plan? And we'll only hear from Prior because I think we were ready to go on Goshi questions. So I just wanted to check in and see.
Correct. We are going, because things went longer and we are going to readjust. We are going to hear from Mr. Goshi on the afternoon of March 25th.
Okay. So likely we won't have hearing tomorrow then, it sounds like.
If we get through Ms. Pryor, yes. Wouldn't that
Yeah.
be lovely?
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then we will have to keep on track for the 23rd through 25th. So that's the plan. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Mr. Krieger.
And on that note, Hearing Officer Kenzie, would it be possible to have protesting parties identify who wants to conduct cross-examination and what their time estimates are for purposes of planning of Ms. Pryor?
Yes, let's do that, please. Thank you. Not everyone may be here, but if there's someone who can speak for at least some, if not all, and I see I have a hand from Mr. Busher, so if we can please elevate Mr. Busher.
Yes, and just speaking for myself, OSHA Reserve, I think I had probably 10 minutes for Ms. Pryor.
And Ms. Meserve, since I have you, do you happen to know an order, or should I look to Mr. Busher for that, or is it unknown at this time?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were kind of going into today thinking we were focused on Mr. Goshi to try to get him out the door. So it's just been a little change of plans.
Mm-hmm.
So
Understood.
I'm not aware of a particular order at this moment in time. Sorry
Okay.
to say.
Fair enough. And to the hearing team, if we can elevate Mr. Busher. Good afternoon, Mr. Busher.
Good afternoon. I've got, I would think, less than 10 or 15 minutes for Ms. Pryor, and I was trying to track down the list of everyone else, but I don't have it handy. Give me a minute. I may have that. There was not a ton of questions for her or Mr. Goshi, I think, for that matter, but go from there.
I think it's fair to say, now I'm going to put myself in a situation, but it's fair to say we're going to get through Ms. Pryor today. So I think in terms of estimations, we're on firm ground. I think maybe what we'll do is I will look to the larger interconnected universe of coordinating parties and ask, maybe we can hear from Ms. Pryor and her summary of her testimony, and then I will again ask if there are additions to the estimates of cost. Does that work for you, Mr. Krieger?
Yes, I think that's fair. Thank you.
And Ms. Kinsey, the estimate we had was about an hour, maybe a little bit more, at least for Sacramento Sewer, Baykeeper, Seawin, and Miss Meserve's clients. I don't know if there are others who plan to question Ms. Pryor or not, but
okay,
that's what my notes say. I think that we submitted last week.
I think that is also what I have in my notes. Yes. Thank you. Then with that, I see we have Ms. Pryor in the waiting room or attendee room. If we can please elevate Ms. Pryor. Good afternoon, Ms. Pryor. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, and I will go ahead and administer the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And then with that, I will turn to you, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Good afternoon, Ms. Pryor. Thank you very much again for joining us in this proceeding again, and for your flexibility given our recent scheduling changes. So I appreciate that. Have you previously testified in this hearing?
Yes.
And did you previously submit your qualifications and credentials?
Yes.
Do you have any updates to those qualifications?
No.
Is SWC 900 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony at this time?
No.
Is SWC 901 a true and correct copy of the exhibit you submitted with your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that exhibit at this time?
No.
Is SWC 902 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint summarizing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Any corrections to that at this time?
No.
Okay, thank you. And with that, Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up SWC 902, which is the witness's PowerPoint? Thank you. And with that, Ms. Pryor, when you're ready, please go ahead and summarize your testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon again. Thank you for having me. Next slide, please. I'd like to make a few key rebuttal points. The first is that the Delta Conveyance project does enhance Zone 7 water supply reliability without any other projects. Also, that there is no single project that will meet Zone 7's reliability policy goals. And also that the availability of non-DCP projects to Zone 7 is overstated. Next slide, please. Specifically, the testimony from Dr. Buckley, subject to my rebuttal, it's 2 points. The first, his written testimony made the following claim: evidence from local agencies like Zone 7 Water District shows that the DCP is not cost-effective or reliable when considered on its own, but finds that it only becomes viable when bundled with costly local investments or under extreme future demand scenarios. The second point is from Dr. Buckley's report, that the DCP only becomes viable when bundled with other local and regional investments such as potable reuse, expanded reservoir storage, and transfer agreements. Next slide, please. I'd like to point out that the DCP does enhance Zone 7 water supply reliability without any other projects. As a standalone project, it does improve water supply reliability. The DCP reduces average state water project supply declines by about 7,000 acre-feet per year. It also reduces the extreme shortages by about 4,000 acre-feet per year at the 99th percentile. Next slide, please. I'd like to point out that there is no single project that will meet Zone 7's reliability policy goals. Only diverse multi-project portfolios were able to achieve shortage reductions substantial enough to meet our reliability policy goals. Many of the non-DCP projects that are included in the Best Buy analysis shown in this Exhibit 2, they are not moving forward or have not substantially advanced. I'd like to explain a little bit about Exhibit 2 here from our water supply evaluation, this chart. So Dr. Buckley's characterization of our water supply evaluation's findings is misleading and accurate. This chart shown in Exhibit 2 is Zone 7's Best Buy analysis of combinations of projects that were being considered in 2023. The terms Best Buy and cost effective are ways to relatively rank various combinations of projects. These terms are not absolute evaluations of each project. This chart shows the relative efficiency of the portfolios in meeting Zone 7's reliability policy goals. The portfolios closest to the line are the most cost-effective portfolios. However, the chart does not say that the portfolios farther away from the line are not viable. So while this chart shows that DCP alone does not meet the reliability policy goals, it does show that DCP does reduce shortages. Since the 2023 water supply evaluation, some of these projects are no longer available. That is, the number of boxes on this chart today, it would be a smaller number of boxes. That is, the number of portfolios being considered and meeting our reliability goals are much smaller. Next slide, please. Most of the non-DCP water supply projects Dr. Buckley relies on are from our water supply evaluation are not meaningfully moving forward, if at all. The water supply evaluation reflects potential opportunities at the time that it was created in 2023, but the availability and development of water supply opportunities changes over time. The Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion Project has been terminated. The regional desalination project considered in the water supply evaluation has not advanced in over 3 years. And the feasibility of potable reuse projects continues to be discussed, but there are no defined projects at this time. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, a diverse portfolio is a key to achieving Zone 7's reliability targets, and Zone 7 will continue to consider available DCP and non-DCP projects that contribute to achieving these goals. The DCP is moving forward in the regulatory process, and it is expected to enhance Zone 7 water supply reliability even without other projects. Non-DCP projects are very uncertain and do not independently meet Zone 7's reliability targets. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. With that, I will look, I think I understood no particular order, so I will look to Mr. Busher. Would you care to go first if you have questions for Ms. Pryor, since you're here?
Sure.
Please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pryor. My name is Eric Busher. I'm an attorney for San Francisco Baykeeper, one of the protesting parties. Thank you for your time again today. I've just got a few questions for you. Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up, what is this, SWC 900, Ms. Pryor's testimony. Go to the bottom of page 2, please. In paragraph 5, underneath this chart, thank you. You state at line 26 that the DCP is expected to reduce estimated state water project declines by 7,000 acre feet per year on average. What is the expected decline from the state water project over that same time period on average?
I do not have that figure handy. I don't know at this time.
Can you estimate? Is it 7,500, 50,000? Give me any kind of ballpark there.
It's, well, for Zone 7, it's not 50,000, but I can't say it's definitely more than 7,000 acre feet per year.
Okay. And do I understand this sentence correctly, that this means that if the DCP is built and Zone 7 participates, that Zone 7 would receive 7,000 more acre feet of water on average from the state water project than without the DCP?
What this is saying is that we estimate that state water project deliveries for Zone 7 will decline from today's deliveries. It will decline over time. The DCP would reduce the amount of the decline.
Correct. So we get to 2050 something, we're looking at on average deliveries from the state water project. With the DCP, it's 7,000 acre feet more than without the DCP.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if we could go to the following page, still in this same paragraph, lines 8 and 9. You talked about this in your presentation, that there are other non-DCP water supply projects that have not substantially advanced. Can you define what substantially advanced means?
Well, referring to the projects in the water supply evaluation from 2023, specifically, it'd be the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion Project, which was terminated, a regional desalination project, which is not being discussed or considered at this time, and then potable reuse projects, which Zone 7 does have occasional discussions with our retail water agencies, but right now there is not a particular project under consideration.
When you talk about the the regional desalination project, what does it mean to have not been discussed or considered? I'm just trying to understand what you would have expected to happen since the WSE was published that has or has not occurred.
Right. At the time that the WSE was published, a few Bay Area water agencies were considering a regional desalination project. Since that time, the agencies have not discussed that project. There is not a specific project at this time.
In 2023, was there an expectation that there would be a specific desal project by now?
Well,
not online, but like that you would have a specific project identified by now.
Yes, in 2023, there was discussion of a specific project.
Has that project been terminated?
Since it was discussions about a project, I can't technically say that the project was terminated. Discussions were terminated.
Do you have an estimate for how long it would take to bring on either the desal project that is referred to or the other potable reuse projects that are referred to once those moved forward?
Objection to the extent it assumes facts not in evidence because those projects are not moving forward, as the witness testified.
We'll treat it as a hypothetical, Ms. Pryor.
I think as a rule of thumb, at Zone 7, we consider that any large-scale water supply reliability project takes 10 to 20 years to develop or to come online.
And are the potable reuse projects that you've described in your testimony and in the WSE consistent with that timeline?
Yes.
If we could go down to the bottom of this page in paragraph 7. Do you have an estimate for how much money Zone 7 has invested in those other projects described, the non-DCP projects described in the WSE to date?
I seem to recall that for the Los Vaqueros Reservoir expansion, it was in the $2 to $4 million range. For a regional desalination, I think that was probably largely staff time. And then for potable reuse studies, I think the investments would have been studies. So perhaps in the $1 million-ish range.
Fair to say that Zone 7 has invested 2 or 3 times as much money on the DCP than it did on those other projects combined, correct?
This
I would have to.
It assumes that those are defined projects.
Would you like to
I
retry
can't say.
There you go.
So you testified in your prior testimony in State SWC 200 that Zone 7 had invested $10.3 million to date on the DCP and committed another $6.6 million through 2027. Fair to say that's 2 or 3 times at least the amount of money that you just described for regional desal, Los Vaqueros expansion, and potable reuse projects?
It is 2 to 3 times what I described, but I was giving ranges. I can't give you exact numbers for those projects at this time.
Do you agree that the DCP is uncertain at this stage?
Vague is uncertain.
It's the witness's term.
I'll allow it, please, Ms. Pryor.
At this point, for Zone 7, we do not consider that it is uncertain at this point in time because it is moving forward through a process. For any project, whether or not it comes online, I can't, I don't know that we consider that point as uncertain. Our analysis is based on what viable options we're looking at the time of the analysis.
At the time of the 2023 WSE, was Los Vaqueros expansion uncertain in your Zone 7's view?
At that time, we thought it was a viable project and we were participating in that project and including it in our analysis.
Who other than Zone 7, if anyone, is responsible for moving forward the potable reuse projects that were analyzed in the WSE?
I would ask you to define responsible for.
Well, let me try it this way. Did Zone 7 make a determination not to move forward with the potable reuse projects that were in the WSE?
Zone 7 has not made a determination to not move forward with projects. Zone 7 has been in discussions with retailers on potential potable reuse projects. The discussion in the 2023 water supply evaluation was based on a 2018 feasibility study. Since that time, there have been some study, but not a lot of activity, and so there is not a specific project identified at this time.
Would Zone 7 have any responsibility or role in deciding or identifying a specific potable reuse project?
We would have a role. At Zone 7, we do not do recycled water or wastewater, so it's not a project we could do on our own. We would have to partner with one of our retail agencies. Certainly retail agencies could pursue a project on their own as well.
When you say partner with our retail agencies, those are entities that you wholesale water to? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it accurate to say that Zone 7 has put significant time and money into moving the DCP forward?
Vague as to moving the DCP forward.
Ms. Pryor, do you understand what I mean?
Could you repeat the question?
Is it accurate to say that Zone 7 has put significant time and money into moving the Delta Conveyance project forward?
Could you define significant?
$10 million plus a substantial amount of staff time? I would consider that significant. Do you agree?
According to your definition of significant, yes, we have provided significant funds and staff time.
Are you comfortable with my definition of significant as I've used it for Zone 7?
I would have to think about what significant means for Zone 7. I can't answer that question.
Okay. is it accurate to say that Zone 7 has made a larger investment of time and resources into the DCP than into those other projects, desalination and non-potable reuse that we discussed?
Yes to desalination and potable reuse.
Potable reuse, thank you. Based on your experience as the general manager at Zone 7, had Zone 7 made a similar investment in the desalination project or potable reuse projects, do you think they would still be moving forward?
Calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
Do you mean it as a hypothetical, Mr. Busher?
So we can, I mean, she's described specific things that were in the WSE. She's the general manager at Zone 7. I think she can answer it based on her experience. If you want me to ask it as a hypothetical, I can.
I'm thinking about it. Let's see. I don't want anything either way. Ms. Pryor, if you would please respond, but just to the extent you can and have an opinion.
My opinion is no for desalination and probably not for potable reuse.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you for your time, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. I'm going to turn to Ms. Meserve merely because you are already with us up here, unless you have a different proposal for the order of go here.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Ms. Pryor. I'll be asking questions for County of Contra Costa, Solano, San Joaquin. Let's see. You have in your testimony on page 2 that the WSE shows that the water supply reliability would be enhanced by the DCP. And in making this statement, were you aware of which calcium 3 runs were used to project the yield that the DCP would create this water reliability benefit upon which the WSE relied? Is that something that you know?
I do not know. I do not know that. I have technical staff that would have worked on the details of this report.
So do you think that the that the WSE report itself may have that information if I was to dig into it, which calcium 3 runs were relied upon?
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Mr. Busher had a few questions about this. I'll try to ask different ones, but on page 3 of your testimony in paragraph 7, you are mentioning that you believe that the availability and timing of these non-DCP supplies are uncertain. And what year do you think the DCP could begin providing water to Zone 7?
Would it be possible to pull up the testimony that you're reading from, Ms. Meserve?
Sure. So that would be SWC, Ms. Mullen, if you don't mind, it's SWC 900, page 3. And then it's paragraph 7 down toward the bottom. I was just looking at the first sentence there, Ms. Pryor.
Yes, we are expecting about a 20-year timeline to bring the DCP online.
So are you thinking from this year? So like 2046?
Yeah, approximately.
Okay. And how many years has Zone 7 been working on the DCP or a similar isolated conveyance project?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but Zone 7 has participated in the various efforts throughout recent years.
Would that likely go back to like 2008, maybe?
That would be my estimate.
How long have you worked for Zone 7?
Since 2018.
And then Zone 7, though, hasn't made a decision about whether to participate in the actual construction and operation of the DCP, though, has it?
Objection, this is beyond the scope of rebuttal. These were issues and questions raised in case in chief testimony.
Can you tie us to the rebuttal here, Ms. Meserve?
Sure. Still just looking at that first sentence of paragraph 7, Ms. Pryor is talking about these other projects being uncertain. So the implication being that the DCP is certain. So I'm just asking a couple questions. I don't have many about
Sure.
it.
No, that seems fair enough. If you would please just, I think, bring up the question again.
Sure. I was just confirming that Zone 7 has not made a final decision about whether to participate in the DCP at this time. Correct, Ms. Pryor?
Correct.
And the cost estimate for the DCP is only what is known as a Class 4 estimate, which is not a final cost estimate, correct?
Beyond the scope of rebuttal.
I'll allow it, please, Ms. Pryor.
Could you repeat the question?
Certainly. Just my question is that the cost estimate for DCP prepared in 2024 by the Delta Conveyance Authority is what's known as a Class 4 cost estimate. Is that correct?
Calls for speculation.
If you know, Ms. Pryor, please.
I don't know.
Is it your understanding, Ms. Pryor, that there's a final cost estimate for the DCP at this time?
Same objections.
Noted.
Could you repeat the question?
Is it are you aware of whether at this time there's a final cost estimate for the DCP?
I believe there is not a final cost estimate.
And so isn't it true that you don't know what the per acre foot cost, for instance, of the DCP would be for Zone 7?
Outside of the scope of rebuttal.
Can you tie us in here, Ms. Meserve?
Sure. I was looking at on page 3, if we could look up like at line 8, for instance, that the DCP is among the projects most likely to provide tangible benefits to Zone 7, for instance.
Is there a connection to cost?
Well, I think the implication is that it would be affordable, that they could afford it. If, for instance, we've heard her discuss the fact that some of these other projects may not be moving forward because of cost. So the implication is that DCP is affordable.
I see. I'll allow, and your question was whether or not Zone 7 has the information necessary to come up with a per acre foot cost for
the DCP water.
DCP
correct?
water.
Yes.
Please, Ms. Pryor.
Well, related to my rebuttal testimony and the chart showing the various portfolios, for each of the projects, it uses the available cost estimate at the time that the WSE was developed.
Right, and you don't have a final cost for what the acre foot cost for water from the DCP would be though, right?
Vague is the final.
Well, we've established, for instance, that it's a class 4 cost estimate, which is almost as rough as the cost estimates come, according to the scale that we've been discussing.
I don't think Ms. Pryor established that. I think her response on that was, I don't know, although we did see it in other testimony today. I'll give you that.
So,
So what do you mean by, I have that same question. What do you mean by final, Ms. Missouri?
well, I was trying to avoid a lot of jargon, but I think it would be class 1 in the scale that we were looking at with Mr. Murdoch, for instance. You know, it's as good as the cost estimates get, right?
I see. Does that help, Ms. Pryor? Do we need the question again? Do you need the question again?
I was just asking for her to confirm that she does not know what the cost per acre foot of the DCP water, if it was to deliver water, would be at this time based on a final or what might be termed as a class 1 cost estimate. Does she?
And I, relating it back to, my rebuttal testimony and explaining, the chart, which, looks at cost effectiveness for each one of the projects, it uses the cost estimate available at the time that we did that report as a way to relatively rank the projects. This report does not, make a, final online cost estimate for any of the projects.
And do you know whether the level of cost estimate were the same across those different projects? In other words, being a level 4 cost estimate, were they all level 4?
Beyond the scope of rebuttal, misstates testimony, vague as to level of cost.
Well, the witness just testified that they were similar, so I was just probing as to.
I'd like to understand the response, please, Ms. Pryor, if you would, please.
Yeah, as I stated, for the projects that were in the 2023 water supply evaluation, it was available cost data at the time that the report was developed. I can't say for each project what the level of a cost estimate was, and they would have been different for the different projects.
So they may not have been comparable on that metric of cost, of level of cost estimate. And then just to clarify, the water that would come from the DCP, if it was constructed and operated, that water supply would not be treated water, right?
Correct.
And are you aware, still thinking about the tangible benefits that you've mentioned in your testimony, as well as the comparison of non-DCP supplies that you've characterized as uncertain, that the State Water Project has sought an extension of time to allow it to divert up to the full face value in order to divert the amount of water that is requested in this change petition?
Beyond the scope of rebuttal, calls for speculation.
I think it is beyond the scope, Ms. Meserve, unless you.
Well,
Where
I'm still probing on the uncertainty issue here, and I wanted to ask about her knowledge of the potential eventuality discussed in the third amended hearing notice about whether the time extension may not be approved, and that's a hearing issue.
But how does that relate to uncertainty?
Because Ms. Pryor has characterized other projects as being uncertain, and I believe that her reliance, the yield of the DCP that the WSC relied upon assumes that the requested amount on the change petition.
Well, if that's true, let's lay that foundation. That might help us here.
Okay.
If you want to go there.
Does the WSC that you refer to in paragraph 2 of your testimony, does it assume that the DCP can divert up to the face value of the SWP permits that are listed in the change petition that's the subject matter of this hearing?
Beyond the scope across calls for speculation.
To the extent you know, Ms. Pryor, please.
Lacks foundation.
I don't know how that relates to the 2023 WSC. This statement about projects most likely to provide tangible benefits, relates to the fact that DCP is moving forward. So it is much more likely to occur and have benefits than canceled projects or projects that are no longer being discussed.
Were you aware of testimony submitted by DWR in response to the supplemental information request from the hearing officer that reported the potential annual SWP exports if they were limited by prior beneficial use of the SWP?
Again, outside the scope of cross, Ms. Pryor just testified that the benefits being discussed here are in relation to a project that continues to move forward compared to other projects that are not anything to do with face value of the state water project permits.
Well, and I'm not sure I think, Ms. Meserve, we've exhausted this avenue because Ms. Pryor testified that she was not aware of the underlying assumptions in the WSE in terms of the exercise of the SWP water rights. So I don't see this as particularly productive.
Okay, so you're not, is it true then, Ms. Pryor, that you're not aware of any potential limits on the ability of the SWP to divert water through this new tunnel because of a extension of time that needs to be approved still by the State Water Board?
Well,
same instructions calls for legal conclusion.
I think that's confusing. I mean, that's a confusing question, Ms. Meserve, because I'm not sure which the default is. Limitations. We get into all of that. This is a very tricky topic for those who understand the ins and outs, and I'm not sure Ms. Pryor is. I think she's lucky enough maybe to have avoided that knowledge.
I guess, well, your testimony, Ms. Pryor, doesn't take into account the things that I'm asking about. Is that true?
My testimony is very simply based on Dr. Buckley's mischaracterization of our water supply evaluation in his testimony and written report.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And with that, I look to the room. I think the floor is open in terms of those who may have questions for Ms. Pryor. I'm not sure. We didn't have representatives from the SOMAC firm. I don't know if anyone's spoken with them, and they know that we have Ms. Pryor here to answer questions. All right, here's what I'd like to, okay, here we go. Mr. Moore, please. I saw you, there was a hand, Mr. Moore. Are you, was that intentional?
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm having some technical difficulties, and on top of that, I'm afraid I'm a little under the weather, so I'm sorry if my voice is breaking up a little bit. I'll try to get the video on. Okay. I think I'll just have a few questions. The protestant colleagues have covered a lot of
Great.
useful ground.
Please.
If can we get up the rebuttal testimony SWC 900 if it isn't up already? And if we could please go to paragraph 5. Ms. Pryor, in paragraph 5, you refer to Zone 7's reliability targets, do you not?
Correct. I refer to our reliability policy targets.
What is your understanding of what those reliability targets call for?
Our reliability policy is to meet 100% of M&I demand 90% of the time and 85% of M&I demand 99% of the time.
And where is that policy referenced?
That is a board adopted policy.
And do you know what year the board adopted that policy?
I do not.
So if you don't know when it was adopted, I'm assuming you also don't know when the most recent update of that policy was.
Assumes facts, not an evidence related to an update of the policy.
Ms. Pryor, do you know if there's been any update to the policy?
I do not know that.
When you reference 100% of 100% reliability, 100% of what?
100% of M&I demand 90% of the time.
And how is that demand determined? How is the M&I demand determined?
Based on requests from our retail water agencies.
Referring to the reliability targets that you talk about in paragraph 7 of your testimony here, did Zone 7 conduct an affordability analysis regarding its reliability targets?
Vague as to affordability analysis outside the scope of rebuttal.
Well, the witness has referred to a 100% reliability target. Pretty ambitious. So it might be of interest to ratepayers and to public interest issues in this proceeding, for example, to get a sense of whether affordability is considered to literally reach the 100% level at the threshold that she referred to.
I'll allow the question, but if you, Mr. Moore, if you can be more specific, if you can, about what a water affordability analysis, is that what you call it?
Well, I don't want to make things up for the witness. The question is about whether Zone 7 conducted an affordability analysis for its reliability targets.
And what do you mean by affordability analysis?
Well, I don't want to make things up for the witness. The question is about whether Zone 7 conducted an affordability analysis for its reliability targets. And what do you mean by affordability analysis?
Affordability analysis
looking at the costs of reaching those targets and say comparing those to targets that might not be quite near that amount, but might be considerably better for ratepayers. Again, I don't want to make up things for the witness. I'm simply, I was asking what I think is a fairly simple, straightforward question about whether the subject of affordability has been
Well, so I think
analyzed
this illustrates the
All right.
confusion here. You said two things,
All right.
Mr. Moore. One was a cost, I don't know, I'm not using technical terms, but sounded like a cost comparison. And then you introduced this term affordability, which has potentially other connotations to the ratepayers. So I'm not sure which you are asking Ms. Pryor about.
Is there, Ms. Pryor, is there anything that you would consider to be an affordability of analysis that you are aware of that has been conducted for the reliability targets?
Sorry, same objections, and this was brought up on case in chief also with respect to affordability.
I'll allow this question, whether there's anything you would, Ms. Pryor, would refer to as an affordability analysis.
I don't know. The water reliability policy was adopted before my time with Zone 7, and I do not know what analysis went into that.
And remind me of what you referred to before my time. Can you remind me when your time began at Zone 7?
I began in 2018.
And between 2018 and now, would you say that in your opinion, there have been significant changes in what we know about how climate affects water availability, for example?
Vague as to significant changes, what we know, calls for speculation.
I think those are fair. Can you be more specific, Mr. Moore?
I think I'm going to move on. Let's go to the language in, pardon me, paragraph 5. It looks like it's on the start of page 3, and you refer to DCP. You're referring to the WSE, and that the DCP by itself was estimated to reduce the severity of shortage at the 99th percentile by about 44,000 acre feet under the same build out conditions used for all portfolios considered in the WSE. Did I accurately summarize that?
Yes.
And is the calculation of 4,000 acre feet there based on Zone 7's analysis alone, or does it rely on analysis from DWR or something else?
I'm not sure exactly what the question is, but what this shows that Zone 7's modeling shows that, running the model through a variety of situations and drought conditions, that at the 99th percentile in the Zone 7 model, DCP reduced the severity of the shortage by about 4,000 acre feet. I have staff that prepared this analysis. I did not do it myself. I don't know what underlying assumptions are in that model.
Has Zone 7 analyzed the quantity of potential water use reductions achievable, say, through conservation at the 99th percentile of reliability goals?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what that question means. In this particular analysis, related to the rebuttal testimony and our water supply evaluation, it is referring to the suite of portfolios that are shown in the Exhibit 2.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but you referred to
Right.
a specific analysis done of relating to the DCP uh, at the 99th percentile. And so I'm wondering if a similar analysis was done for conservation, or for that matter, for any other alternative beside the DCP at the 99th percentile.
I believe no for conservation, and then for all of the projects that, and the portfolios of projects referenced in Exhibit 2, this analysis was run.
Do I remember correctly that the WSC referred in your testimony contains projected demands to 2045?
I can't be sure of the exact year, but it's projected build-out demand. 2045 is in the range.
My notes on the WSC, and we can bring it up if we need to, uh, have that the 2045 agricultural demand referenced there. I think it's in figure 6.2 is 8,300 acre feet. Does that sound correct?
That sounds approximately correct.
And my recollection is that the 2045 municipal and industrial demand referenced in that same figure is about 47,000 acre feet. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds approximately correct.
Do you know what the 2024 quantity of water supplied to municipal and industrial customers was?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Do you know whether municipal, whether the trend in municipal and industrial demand is increasing or decreasing sales?
Outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Well,
Can
she refers to the WSE, which references this information about municipal and industrial demand. So I was just wondering if she had any opinion on that.
Well, just to be clear about the objection, she refers to very specific portions of the WSE with respect to Dr. Buckley's testimony. So I want to make sure we're not free ranging into the entire WSE that goes beyond the scope of the rebuttal testimony. So that's the basis of my objection.
And I think that's fair. Let's stay focused, Mr. Moore, on the
I could
WC reference.
understood, and we could get in a micro level about testimony, but frankly, I'm not here to testify. I'm just here to ask questions, and so I'd rather save things that are appropriate for our phase of rebuttal testimony for that, should it come to pass.
Great.
So again, if you don't want to offer an opinion or consider it outside the scope of the testimony, feel free to so state, but I'll ask again whether you have any opinion about whether the municipal and industrial demand trend is increasing or decreasing sales.
Same objections.
Isn't that outside? I think that's outside the scope of the WSE that is at issue in this testimony, Mr. Moore.
I'll try moving on. Do I recall correctly that Zone 7 will soon be submitting its 2025 urban water management plan to DWR?
Outside the scope of rebuttal testimony.
What does this relate to, Mr. Moore?
It relates to the evaluations in this paragraph and whether she has properly referenced the analysis in the WSC in light of the information that is now available.
Well, okay, I'll allow that question. Ms. Pryor.
Yes, we will be submitting our 2025 urban water management plan by the deadline of June 30th of this year.
If you know, do you have an expectation at this point about whether the projected future water use in the 2025 urban water management plan will be higher or lower than the projection for it in the 2020 urban water management plan?
This is beyond the scope of rebuttal. We're talking about future analyses, and Ms. Pryor's rebuttal testimony is focused on statements from Dr. Buckley.
Are you looking here, Mr. Moore, for I think what I understood before, that you were looking to her knowledge of the urban water management plan to find out about
I believe that she was in her testimony referencing information from the WSE that contains projected 2045 demands. And we've already heard from the questions and answers with Ms. Meserve that there's a parallel question about when the DCP could even come online. So I think it would be useful to have that information.
What information? Whether the urban water management plan contains updated future demand estimates?
Yes.
All right. If you would please phrase your question that way.
Do you expect, or do you have an expectation about whether the forthcoming 2025 urban water management plan will be higher or lower than was projected in the 2020 urban water management plan?
This also calls for speculation to the extent that any analyses are incomplete at this time.
If she doesn't have an expectation, she can so state. And if she
wait,
wants to
Mr. Moore-
offer it, fine.
Mr. Moore, what is the connection? Now, why does the relationship to the last urban water management plan, why does that matter? I thought we were talking about changes in expectations as compared to the WSE. Is the 2020 urban water management plan, have we laid a foundation that that was part of the WSE or considered in the WSE?
There's a foundation, but again, I don't want to provide testimony in the course of answering questions. So if we need to, we can say that for rebuttal, for a rebuttal submission.
So
if she wants to offer an opinion, great, but if not, we'll move on.
let's move on.
Let's go on to paragraph 6 on page 3 of your testimony. So we'll need to scroll down a little bit. And on lines 12 to 16, you indicate that in referring to Dr. Buckley's testimony, that the water supply projects that have been referenced there have, it says, either been terminated or only in the conceptual phase, correct?
Correct.
So if I understand what is stated in your testimony here, it has to do with either whether or not they're going to be pursued or whether or not they have been designed more than conceptually. Is that an accurate paraphrase of what you've tried to get across here?
My rebuttal testimony here, goes to Dr. Buckley's testimony, which relies on the multi-project portfolios that are shown in Exhibit 2, and that, many of those portfolios are no longer available to Zone 7. There's, the canceled or terminated Los Vaqueros Reservoir expansion, and then a desalination project, which is not even under discussion, and potable reuse projects, which are just, at a discussion phase. So there, two projects, one project that is terminated, one project that is not moving forward at all, and a discussion of projects that are not, currently turned into actual projects that are underway.
So does your testimony provide any analysis of infeasibility on some other basis than that they've either been terminated or in the conceptual phase?
I don't understand the question.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if I think that if I understand what you're saying here, it's based on an evaluation of um, uh, whether they're in a position to go forward or at a stage of development that is beyond conceptual. I don't see reasons other than that, like say some technical infeasibility or some other problem beyond those two specific things uh, 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 regarding those alternatives. So I'm just trying to find out if that's your understanding of what what is in your written testimony here.
So objection to the extent it misstates testimony by suggesting that, for example, technical issues could not be embedded into why a project is in the conceptual phase only.
I didn't include that in my question.
I said
to the extent, so
it embeds it, yes.
noted. Ms. Pryor, please.
Right, I believe I say, in my testimony that we do need to pursue a multi-project portfolio, and we continue to analyze DCP and non-DCP projects that can contribute to our goals. But at this point in time, the suite of projects, that are available to us and are, that are available to us and are moving forward, it's smaller than what is shown in Exhibit 2.
If I followed it correctly, in an exchange you had just now with Mr. Busher, you were asked about uncertainties associated with the Delta Conveyance project. And did I understand your response? I think I wrote it down word for word, but you can never be sure. But what I had down was that from your perspective, the DCP is not considered uncertain because it is moving forward through a process. Is that an accurate summary of what you told Mr. Boucher?
Misstates testimony.
Please clarify as needed, Ms. Pryor.
Well, I should probably ask to see what I actually said there so I don't misstate what I said earlier.
It sounds, so you don't recall sitting right here whether that's exactly, you would not say
Right.
necessarily
Well,
one way or the
I
other.
just, my recollection is, and my statement is that a project like DCP or another one that we're pursuing at sites, projects that are actually moving forward are more certain to us than projects that are canceled or are not being discussed.
Would it make sense to you that to move forward a project, it would help a project to have a viable financing plan? I'm not asking this about the DCP specifically right now, just as a general matter.
Incomplete hypothetical, vague as to financing plan and viable, calls for speculation.
In your statement about where you offered an opinion to Mr. Busher about the DCP moving forward, did you include any expectation about it having a viable financing plan in forming that opinion?
Same objections.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, you mean the DCP?
There, as I understand it, the witness was asked a question regarding the uncertainty of the DCP, and Ms. Pryor's response was that in contrast to some of these other projects that are referenced in her testimony, she does not consider the DCP uncertain because it is moving forward through a process. So the phrase moving forward, I am pretty sure she used, and I'm wondering if in forming her opinion that the DCP is moving forward, um, the she considered anything about the viability of the financing plan for the DCP.
Objection misstates testimony to the extent that moving forward is beyond the written rebuttal testimony of DCP continuing in the regulatory process.
Noted. Please, Ms. Pryor.
I did not make an opinion. I just stated that the project is moving forward. We are here today. The project is moving forward as opposed to projects which have been, canceled.
I am not asking, I want to make clear that I'm not asking for a legal opinion from you on this, but regarding the subject of moving forward, I'm wondering if you are aware of any recent court rulings relating to the validity of DWR's Delta Conveyance revenue bond resolutions.
Beyond the scope of rebuttal testimony and relevance.
I think that's accurate. Let's noted, but let's move on, Mr. Moore.
No further questions.
Thank you. Then I will look to the room. Are there others who have questions for Ms. Pryor? All right. I do not have questions. So with that, I look to you, Mr. Krieger. Do you have redirect or do you need a moment to decide if you have redirect?
I do not have redirect.
Thank you. Then with that, I want to thank you, Ms. Pryor, for joining us once again. Thank you for your testimony and your time today, and you are excused. And I believe we have managed to wrap up early because we have rearranged Mr. Goshi's testimony until the afternoon of the 25th. So I would be looking to see if there are any procedural issues we need to address before we reconvene on March 23rd with our, what I will loosely call the modeling panel. That may not be the best reference, but the panel that includes the modelers. Mr. Busher, please.
Thank you, hearing officer. So before today started, I had looked at the time tracker, and the Baykeeper DTech group is going to need more time than we have left allotted for us. When I look at the other protesting parties, and we've reached out to a bunch of them, I think we can, I'm not sure borrow is the right word, use some of their time that they are willing to allocate to us, if that is okay with the hearing officer. I want to make sure that's fine. If that's not okay, and we need to submit a formal request, I'd like to know that now so that we can get that done over the next week or so before we come back on the 23rd.
I will look to DWR or any others with, here's what I would be inclined to say, but I will hear any objections to this, is to say, we have 3 days left, and that's it, right? And we have Mr. Goshi and then this panel. But if we can effectively reallocate, maybe is the word, time from one group to another, then that would keep us within those bounds, and we would be completed on the 25th. Do you have any explicit objection, Ms. Carroll, at this point, or would you want the opportunity to respond in writing to a request from DTech and Baykeeper?
No, that's not necessary. As long as we stay within the time constraints we currently have, and as Mr. Busher mentioned, they actually get the time from the other protestants, I think we're fine with that. We just don't want to have additional time.
Understood. Thank you. Then, Mr. Busher, I think no need to file anything formal, as long as the reallocation occurs by agreement between the protestants. That works for me.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Thank you, hearing officer.
Thank you. Is there anything else that we should address before we reconvene? Ms. Meserve, do you have something?
I haven't reviewed it in detail. I did notice that your office put out a request for some information regarding the various modeling files of
Yes.
DWR, and I guess I'm thinking it may be relevant to our cross-exam as well as our rebuttal testimony we're working on. And I doubt Ms. Carroll has had a chance to review it in detail. I guess I would just say it would be helpful the sooner the response could come into that, just because I think it must all relate, not having, I've been listening to the hearing. But I don't think you put a deadline on the request that was in that letter.
Did I not? That might have been my error. If I did not include a deadline, I will take a look at that. That may be actually a version control error.
Or maybe there is one and I missed it, but that might be
It's also
something to talk
possible that
about.
it's possible it's version control error. They are intended to be pretty, and I know, Ms. Carroll, you may not have seen it. They're really questions about, which files responsive to which requests. It's about the files, not it's or just organizing them. The hope there was to actually save us some time on cross-exam so that the protestants don't have to go through the same exercise and we can get that out in advance. But let me take it. Thank you, Ms. Meserve, for alerting me that there may be a deadline issue. I will take a look at that letter, and if there's not a deadline, I will send one by email or a correction of the letter. So thank you.
I would just offer, I have had a chance to scan it, and based on this, I think we could get in by next Wednesday, which is the 11th, a response to this, given that we're off tomorrow from the hearing. So if that works, we could just offer that up, which is a fairly short time frame. So I don't see that there should be any objection to that.
I think that's quite fair. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I really appreciate that. So we will expect to see a response to that on the 11th. And thank you for bringing that up.
Thanks.
Hearing officer Kinsey, I do have a request on timing. I know that we have an aggregate from the protestants, but I was wondering if we could have maybe an order and a breakdown provided for the remaining witnesses.
Yes, let me ask and I'm not going to ask for it right now, but let me ask let me look at a calendar here. If we can get by the 13th from the protestants, an anticipated order to ask questions of the remaining panel, and then also, and the timing for each questioner, and then an order of questions for Mr. Goshi and the estimated time for each questioner, that would be very much appreciated. And that will help us stay on track, I think, for our 3 days.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Busher, please.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. Mr. Goshi's going to be back on the 25th, so that will be after the completion of the modeling panel, as you've termed
Correct.
them.
Correct.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Meserve, please.
So let's see, let me just make sure I understand what you want by next Friday for all of that.
Unless you need more time. I wasn't trying to, maybe
Yeah.
not. Maybe you haven't reviewed now that I think about it, actually, the model, it may be fairly dense. When would be, I know DWR probably wants to know to make sure they order up their witnesses, although we've reserved the days. Do you need more time? Should I not, is the 13th maybe is not?
Well, I think
necessary?
we can try with that. Maybe, I mean, I think that certainly by the 20th, we can do it. Yeah.
Well, let's get it before the end of the day. How about the how about the 18th? I'll give you
Okay.
Let's go end of day 18th.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure we can figure it out. And because it's going to be, just so I understand it, it's going to be and I think this is the way we had it on our list, is it's going to be Singh and Fitzu with those supporting witnesses all
Schwartz
together, right?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
It's
Everybody
one
together.
panel. Everyone together.
Right. It's
Still
one
the plan.
panel. It's Dr. Priest, Mr. Singh, Mr. Fitzhugh, Mr. Televich, and Mr. Schwartz.
Okay. And do you know right now, Ms. Curl, any limitations on those days of the witnesses that we should be aware of or be trying to plan around, or are you thinking I mean, it sounds like we have this one afternoon of the 25th we're setting aside for Mr. Goshi, and other than that, we're just going to be all DWR witnesses all together.
That's my understanding. I don't know of any issues or conflicts at this time.
I need to double check. My recollection was that Dr. Priest had a time where we had to have a longer lunch, but I think that might be on the 25th. So I said that on the record earlier.
You
I just
did.
can't recall my
You
exact.
did say that.
If you give me 1 sec, I can find it.
And I wrote it down, and
There was something, you're
a long
right.
time ago. Yeah, that's what you're remembering, I'm sure.
Ms. Carroll, while we're looking for that, do you have an estimate for the total direct for those folks so that we know when we can anticipate beginning the cross-examination on the 23rd? Because that's
It
going to
hasn't
influence who goes
changed from
when.
what we've submitted, Mr. Busher.
Which I have for you, 125 minutes was what the initial estimate was.
All right, so a little bit of time before lunch and then go
Right.
from there. Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then it was the long lunch on March 25th. So maybe if we could plan to try to finish up with Dr. Priest before 11:15 is when she needs to be done on the 25th. And then she can be back at 1, but it looks like, we've got Mr. Goshi scheduled. So that
Yes.
was the only restraint that we are currently aware of. Or
Thank you.
constraint.
And thank you for that reminder. And so now our goal is to have the panel cross-examined and be done, and redirect and everything done by hopefully by 11:15, and then it won't be an obstacle in any way. On the 25th. Day 2.5.
All right.
Anything else? All right, then with that, enjoy your time away from at least this Zoom. And thank you all for being quite efficient. I think we got through this quite well. And I will see all of you on the 23rd. We are adjourned.